With IT? Okay. Thank you. Good morning. I will call to order the January meeting for the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The public notice of this meeting was properly posted at the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy's office, Synergy Business Park, King Street Building, and on the board website, and provided to all requesting persons, organizations, and news media in compliance with Section 3480 of the South Carolina Freedom Act. First, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then please remain standing for an invocation.
God, we thank you for another day of life. We thank you for this opportunity. And we ask for wisdom. We ask for knowledge. We ask
Great. So thank you for that. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I am the chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. I represent Congressional District 2, and I work as a clinical educator at a health system. Our next step is we're actually going to introduce the board members. So Dr. Gillespie, if we could start with you and just kind of move around this way. If you don't mind sharing your name, what district you represent or what seat you represent, and where you practice.
I'm Rebecca Gillespie. I am the member at large appointed by the governor, and I am working for the Department of Insurance.
Good morning. My name is Dottie Farfone. I represent District 1, and I work in independent specialty pharmacy, and I live in Charleston, South Carolina.
I am Carolyn Sutherland. I am advice counsel to the board.
Schuler Spagna, I represent District 3, live in Gray Court, and work for a community grocer.
Cassie Eunice, I represent Congressional District 6. I work in independent pharmacy and compounding.
Beverly Black, public member appointed by the governor. I live in Charleston, South Carolina, and I work in health system.
My name is Joe Garcia. I live in Charleston, South Carolina as well. I am appointed by the governor, member at large, pharmacy technician for independent compounding pharmacy as well.
Larry Meek, represent a Congressional District number 5. I live in Rock Hill, South Carolina. I'm an owner-operator of a community retail pharmacy.
Thank you. We do have one board member absent today, Dr. Jared Tippins. I'll entertain a motion for consideration of excuse.
So moved.
Okay, that will be excused for today. There is a hope that he might feel better and be able to come tomorrow, so we'll just excuse him for today and redo it again tomorrow if needed. Next on my list is approval of the board agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Do we have a motion and a second? Any discussion about the agenda? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. I think I forgot to do a vote on the absence. Absence.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Oh, boy. Okay. I missed my script. All right, next up, we've got the approval of the November 19th through 20th, 2025 board minutes. Those have been provided in our board book for us.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion or edits? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Okay. Next up, we have chairman's remarks by me. So I have prepared some remarks, so I will share those now. I am very appreciative of the compounding task force members that are here today, so you will see most of these remarks are directed at them. So good morning. Before we begin today's agenda, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank the members of the Compounding Regulation Task Force. Your time, expertise, and willingness to engage in the complex and sometimes difficult discussions are deeply appreciated. The work you have done on behalf of this board and the citizens of South Carolina matters, and it has not gone unnoticed. I also want to acknowledge the substantial effort that has already gone into this regulation. The board has not been slack in its duties or its obligations. The lack of final action from earlier efforts was not due to inattention or avoidance, but rather the reality that consensus could not be reached at that time. That distinction is important, and I want to be clear and recognize the seriousness with which this board has approached its responsibilities. As we move forward, I want to reiterate expectations around impartiality and balanced decision-making. Each of us brings valuable experience to the table, but our charge as regulators require us to separate personal or business interests from the decisions we make here. Our focus must remain on thoughtful, fair regulation that protects patient safety while maintaining access to care. My goal as chair is to help guide this board toward consensus. That means encouraging open discussion, respecting differing perspectives, and ultimately finding common ground so that we can move regulatory work forward without unnecessary delay. The citizens of our state deserve clarity, consistency, and timely action. I'm optimistic about the work ahead. With the foundation that has already been laid and the commitment in this room, I believe we are well positioned to advance these regulations in a way that reflects both sound judgment and our shared mission. Thank you again for your service and your dedication, and I'm looking forward to our discussion today. All right, that brings us to number 7, Administrator's Report. Dr. Shealy.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. In your board materials, you have my report for January 2026, which includes the number of licensees for pharmacists, pharmacy interns, pharmacy technicians as of January 13th, 2026. Just to note that we have passed 10,000 licensed pharmacists in the state. So just wanted to call that number out. Also, the number of licensed facilities or permanent facilities in state as well as non-resident as of January 13th. They're listed there for you. Number of inspections completed since our last gathering as a board, excuse me, through January 12th is 175. Staffing, we are expecting a new inspector to start with us on January 20th. Super excited to add a 5th inspector, help lighten the load of our current inspectors. They, again, will continue to be divided geographically across the state. The most affected regions will be Horry County, Marion, Dillon, kind of down to Charleston. Does not include Charleston, but our new inspector will kind of focus on that upper part of the coastal region, if you will. A majority of the permits in this new inspector's area are in Horry County, so that'll be a large focus for that individual. That will be a great help to Doug Murray and Ivy Coleman, who currently cover that region together, so Doug won't have to travel as far, which will be good for him. So we look forward to that. We also will be posting, again, our admin assistant position, so continuing to look to add a staff member to help process applications, things like that. As you see the numbers that I presented to you, they continue to go up. So having additional administrative help, our staff is looking forward to that. In your board book, you also have the public comments that were received on your submitted compounding regulations that the legislature will consider this session, sometime this session. So outsourcing facilities and the compounding regs themselves that were submitted in fall of 2025. So no individual or entity requested a hearing at Administrative Law Court, but we did receive these comments. We make them available for your awareness that these will likely be also shared upon testimony at the legislature whenever it comes up to the committees for consideration of your regulation. So just if you have questions about those, please let me know. I'll do my best to address them. Also, the 4th Congressional District election, we submitted the results of the election. The top 3 people to be on the consideration for the governor to appoint for the 4th District was submitted to our Office of Governmental Affairs on December 15th. They share it with the governor's office, and so that has been sent there. As a reminder, the 3 individuals who are up for consideration for appointment by the governor, Kevin Cogstill, Raymond Westrick, and Tim Gentlecore, and hopefully I did not butcher their names too badly, but those 3 individuals were in the letter that was sent to the governor for that. If you are not aware of how we become aware of who is appointed, we become aware in the office of the appointment once it has been finalized. So we are not told who has been submitted to the Senate for confirmation. We may see the confirmation hearing whenever we are looking through committee agendas to see when things are relevant to pharmacy. So we may be present whenever they have the confirmation hearings, but we are not made known of that, if you will. It just kind of would be happenstance. But once they are confirmed and fully appointed, then we receive a letter from the director's office and the governor that this individual has been appointed. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows we don't know ahead of time for that. Sometimes people find out before we do. Okay. For legislative updates, so this week starts the session, the year 2 of the 2-year session. So Virginia Wetzel, I'd asked to come to this meeting to provide a legislative update for you. As you might imagine, she's pretty busy this week. So instead, she has given information that I've included there for you. So 2 pieces. The agency provides a legislative report to all of the staff. We share that with the board as well. So typically that is on a weekly basis, so I'll email that out to you. Please note that it is a very comprehensive, long list of things that may or may not be pharmacy specific, but it is lumped typically with medical things. And so it'll be a large PDF of things that our team is tracking. What they have done, and they being Virginia Holly and her team, they have put together a pharmacy-specific tracking link for you. So in my report, you will see it is called Board of Pharmacy. There's a hyperlink there. That will be what I would encourage you to go to, that it will be updated whenever action is taken on a particular bill. So they have kind of combed through bills that seem to have some sort of interest or relevance to pharmacy. They have put specifically in this document for us. We are, I think, the only board that has our own link.
I think that nursing and medical may also be getting their own link, but that's the intent.
They may, but we are the first. So I just want to let you know that she worked really hard. And I do want to give kudos to Virginia on working really hard to have this available to you, given that session was starting. So
I heard you mention the link, but where exactly is it?
So in my executive report, the PDF document that you have, it is one of the last items for legislative update. There is a link there. Click that link, save it as best you can. I will also email this out so that you'll have it not on your board computers. But what I'm told is that whenever action is taken on a bill, it'll automatically update what that action has been, like referred to committee, pass out of committee, that sort of thing. So that'll be your go-to for kind of updates on that. So again, I want to give kudos to Virginia and her team on having this available. I think it'll be really helpful for you guys for that. Finance report. So you have the financial information since our last meeting, which is November. December information should come out this week, so it'll be a part of the March meeting. We are in good standing, nothing really to report out of ordinary for that. Moving on to inspectors report. So our inspectors, again, have been pretty busy. They are looking forward to adding a member to their team. Again, that person starts January 20th. And we'll be focused on the upper region of the coast. Pretty excited about adding to our team again. Big things that inspectors continue to kind of see and provide education on is making sure the correct information is captured for transfers, making sure that consultant pharmacists are doing monthly inspections and that those inspections are also kept at the site and available whenever we come on inspection. You will note that this continues to be an area of opportunity for consultant pharmacists and sites to make sure that they know what they're supposed to do and what's supposed to be available. As such, that will be part of our upcoming newsletter, is the responsibilities of consultant pharmacists for that. The other thing to note is med spas in certain areas of the state are more prevalent than others. With that, I think that inspectors value the opportunity to go in and inspect those facilities and the opportunities to provide education to non-pharmacist, non-pharmacy personnel who are operating these med spas. But also with that, there's a lot of concern about practices that are happening there that might not necessarily be within our jurisdiction. So bring that to you for awareness. That is a continued area of concern that we probably need to talk more about at some point in the future. And that is the inspector's report.
I'd like to pause there just for a minute and just share my sincere appreciation to our inspectors. It looks like most of them, all of them are here today. I know y'all are covering a lot. This state is not huge, but we have a lot of pharmacies that y'all are covering, and it's greatly appreciated, the work you do. I always hear good reports back from licensees that you're professional, you're understanding, you're educational, and so that is sincerely appreciated. I'm also appreciative of LLR for budgeting, whatever the term would be, allowing us to have more staff members, because I think that shows of how complex and the sheer volume of work that this board does. And so I'm very appreciative that they're supporting that as well. I do have a question about your point you made about consultant pharmacists. With those that are falling out of line, is there a specific setting or like practice type that we're seeing that in, or is it kind of across the board in all areas where we see consultant pharmacists?
So keep in mind that consultant pharmacists are required for our non-dispensing drug outlets, and that can be a variety of types of practices, physician clinics, practitioner clinics, med spas, et cetera.
Yep.
So also, we have some permit types like EMS non-dispensing outlet, as well as medical gas, Legend device permits, that there are other entities who could serve that role as a consultant pharmacist, like a medical director, a respiratory therapist, et cetera, per statute. I think that we are seeing it kind of across the board, unfortunately, of inspections may be done, but the site might not have them available, or they're not maintaining those inspection forms there. So, of course, across areas of the state might be different types of permits where it's more prevalent, but generally speaking, whenever we lump them all together, it is, I'd say, pretty much across the board.
Okay, that's helpful. I do agree with having that included in the newsletter and any communication we can put out. I was just trying to kind of maybe narrow down some other opportunities, but I'm sure you're on that as well. One final question. When our inspectors maybe an issue that is not under our current jurisdiction, like you mentioned, what is our current state process for addressing that?
So I'm pausing to make sure that, like, trying to think of the most recent example. So, for instance, if it is where we see a RN is doing compounding and, providing we provide education about what compounding is and what it is not. And then we make other boards aware as best we can for that, and work with other entities within LLR for that. We have also submitted complaints to other boards when necessary. So if it is risen to the level of that, we have done that as well. And of course, once that happens, then it's up to the others to take up and do their processes similar to ours, but on their side for that.
So in general, you would feel in this umbrella agency that we have good relationships that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Good.
While we are, like, our investigators and inspectors are not part of the Office of Investigations and Enforcement.
Right.
We follow the same procedures typically, and have very good working relationships with other boards, with other offices to make sure that we're all on the same page. And, our people are looked to for help. We look to others for help too. So it very much is collaboration.
That's good to hear. That's what I was hoping.
So is there anything you need from our board to address those issues? I mean, is there an appetite to have a tri-regulator meeting like we did at one point?
There, I believe, would be very much a good appetite for getting back together specifically for that. I have talked with some of the other board execs, including dentistry and veterinary boards. So pharmacy kind of has tentacles, if you will, in all of those other areas, and so many things kind of cross over that we are going to try to get together more regularly to kind of discuss those issues internally. From a board's perspective, I do think addressing the joint advisory opinion on IV hydration likely needs to come back up sooner rather than later. And there may be other topics that would benefit there too. Ish, possibly, but I do think that there would be good appetite for that.
Okay.
So,
Helpful, thank you.
Questions for her report so far?
I've had a couple from my area just bring up some of the things in the immunization kit that has been an item previously are no longer available commercially, like the 22 or 21 or 23 gauge needles. So didn't know what the inspectors were advising on that. Just enforcement of discretion, or it's pretty hard to.
so that has come up in the past as well, and I'll just say that we have been working with sites and would continue to work with sites on, documenting this is not available, this is what we have, that sort of thing. I do personally think also looking at the immunization kit requirements might be something that the Joint Advisory Committee may benefit from looking at moving forward too. But that's a Casey personal.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll let you keep going to item D.
So the Recovering Professional Program Report, you have their kind of updates for this quarter that goes from November 1st to December 31st that they submitted to us to provide to you. The questionnaire, if you recall the last board meeting, RPP representative said they were working on updating their questionnaire and would come before the board to present the updated questionnaire, which would require your feedback, and then move forward with that. And as I also recall, board members who had gone through that process in the past commented that it was a pretty onerous process. We do not have the updated RPP questionnaire at this time, but they did provide the 2021 questionnaire that the board would have gone through. We're providing that to you just so that you see what is coming and kind of the work that would be before you whenever RPP comes. They are currently planning to come and present that in March of this year. And that concludes my report.
Are there questions or comments for Dr. Shealy? Okay, moving on to item number 8, Office of Investigations and Enforcement, Jennifer Harris, PharmD.
Good morning, everyone. So I have first the statistical report for our investigations, and that is from January 1st of this year, or last year, through December 31st. We had, as of the 31st, 125 active investigations. We had closed 259, and for the total year, we had received 326 complaints, which is up from last year where we had only received 250. If there aren't any questions, I'll move on to the IRC recommendations.
Is there a trend in the type of complaints that you were receiving?
Nope, kind of following the same, but we did this year have the CE audit in there. So that's about, I think, 25 cases.
Thank you.
And so for the IRC recommendations, we have 11, or we have 7 that were recommended for dismissal, 6 that were recommended for a formal complaint, and 1 that was recommended for a letter of caution.
Okay, these are available in our board book.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? And the motion carries. All right, number 9, Office of Disciplinary Counsel, Casey Smith. In our matching jackets up
I know,
here.
the tan blazer memo
Thank
today.
you.
So this is for your information only. This is the ODC statistical report. We currently have 38 open cases with 5 pending hearings and agreements. 3 are pending closure, and we've closed 6 cases since your last report, November 5th, 2025. And we have closed total from January 2025 to December 31st, 2025, 36 cases.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have 1 consent agreement for your consideration, and that is OIE case number 2025-112. And are as follows. The respondent was first permitted by the board on November 10th, 1998, with an ownership change on or about January of 2011. That resulted in a new permit number being issued by the board. On or about June 2nd, 2025, LOR received a complaint alleging that the respondent's facility had a major roof leak that the respondent was not repairing, which resulted in a plastic tarp being placed in the ceiling where water collected, and eventually the tarp became too saturated with water, fell in, and released water into the pharmacy. The respondent admits that the roof leak was evident in May of 2025 and submitted a work ticket for repair on May 27th, 2025, and then 2 more subsequent tickets on June 6th and July 3rd, 2025. It was repaired on or about July 17th of 2025. The respondent avers that no time were any workers in danger and no pharmacy equipment or medication were affected. The respondent does admit to the violation of South Carolina Code 4043-86A16A, and that the pharmacy was not in a neat and orderly condition, was not kept free from contamination, and it includes a public reprimand and a $1,000 fine.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
Okay, and the rest of this is for your information only. We had 2 voluntary surrenders, 2025-216 and 2025-279. We had 3 relinquishments, 2025-116, 182, and 189, and no temporary suspension orders.
And those do not require a vote or approval? Correct. Anything else for us, Ms. Smith?
Nope, that concludes ODC's reports.
Thank you so much. All right, I'll move on to item 10, professional association updates. These are provided here in our board book for us. Dr. Shealy, do you have anything to add?
I was just going to say, there is a representative from each of these professional associations present if the board has questions about what they submitted. For the Hospital Association, Laura Hewitt; for the Pharmacy Association, Brian Clark; and for the Health System Pharmacist, it's John David Shepper.
Take this as my sincere thank you for coming today and being present. Board members, as noted, the report's in there. I'll take questions.
Is there, I mean, I don't know if this is ever, is it okay to ask them to come and present their reports to give any contextual information related to? Yes. Request that.
Okay. If our representatives will come up here, you can sit here. Just as a point of housekeeping, these microphones, you do not have to press a button to activate them, but you do have to talk very, very close to them, uncomfortably close. So if you do speak into the microphone, just make sure it's right there. You'll see it light up. And that ensures that it picks up on our live stream as well. You have any specific questions, or we can just start down the list with a verbal report? Okay, good. We will start with A, South Carolina Hospital Association.
All right, good morning. Thank you guys for allowing us to be here again. For those that I didn't meet last time, I'm Laura Hewitt with the South Carolina Hospital Association. So we're happy to be here and very much appreciate the board's invitation to be able to submit these reports and be here with you guys. You do have our report that's included in your packet, so I won't read it word for word to you, but just again, to your point, to provide some contextual detail about what is included in the report. We do want to continue to stress that the 340B issues are of great concern to the hospitals across the state, but other covered entities as well. And we've been closely following at the federal level what's been happening with the drug rebate program, and some of you may have been watching that as well. At the time that we submitted the report, the Supreme Court of Maine had made their decision to basically suspend the program so that it didn't go into effect in January. But since that time, if you've been following it, the Trump administration challenged that ruling, and then that was overturned as well. And so the rebate program basically is not going to happen at this point, which is, and the ruling on that case was based on the fact that the initiative did not take into consideration the impact that it would have on hospitals to be able to pay the cost of the drugs up front and then wait on the rebate. And the reporting requirements there were incredibly comprehensive and onerous. So we are thrilled with that ruling, and I'm sure the other, my friend John David here would be more than willing to answer any questions related to that. But that is the contextual nuances that have happened since we submitted the report. And then the other items here is that we will continue to work with partners on both sides, the Pharmacy Association and SESHP, but also the South Carolina Pharmacy Association on some of these other issues that are of great interest concerning pharmacy operations as well, related to any legislative movement around contract pharmacies for covered entities and protecting their ability to be able to contract with those entities, but also PBM legislation. And then I did want to make the board aware that we've hired a new, I'm not exactly sure of his title, but he's a director of regulatory and legal affairs for us, Alston Smallwood. Some of you may have encountered him previously. He came from the Realtors Association, so he's very familiar with LLR and some of the other professional licensure boards here. So he will also serve as another resource to this board and other licensure boards going forward. So he might join me next time or maybe come in my place, but wanted you to be familiar with that in case when he does show up. And then the last thing that Casey has mentioned is we continue to follow the board election process for that 4th district seat, and hoping to ensure that we can get acting hospital pharmacy representation back on this board. So I'm happy to entertain any questions that you all may have based on anything I've said, and then I'm sure the other folks on either side of me are going to have some things to share with you as well.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and take B, South Carolina Pharmacy Association.
I'll reiterate the words of Laura that Pharmacy Association is very appreciative.
Bring that microphone awkwardly close. Just not picking up your voice.
South Carolina Pharmacy Association appreciates the opportunity to work in collaboration with the Board of Pharmacy, and as a part of that, being able to submit these written reports ahead of time, we think is good. I will not bear you, I'll spare you the details of going through our entire report, but I did break it down in the order that it was requested by Casey. So before you have pending legislation that was currently being tracked, and that was a carryover from year 1 of the session. And I have those broken down by both Senate and House bills. On the recently pre-filed legislation, those Senate bills were filed on December the 10th, and the House bills were filed on December the 16th. I would make one additional put one additional bill on that list, and that's H 4760, that has to do with abortion and rescheduling mifepristone and misoprostol as Schedule 4 controlled substances. I was down at the State House yesterday working with some legislators on that, explaining to them the implications of doing such. So we do think that that bill, it's got a hearing today. We do think it probably will move out of subcommittee. So that's something that we will add to our list that we're continuing to track. Also, moving on from legislation listed, we have a professional affairs task force. And that task force's primary focus is working through member feedback to let you guys know, or, things that we're working on regarding practicing pharmacists, student pharmacists, and technicians. So there is a list for you there. I'll be happy to entertain any questions. And then finally, the third thing that we're allowed to speak on is the upcoming education and professional opportunities, and those are listed for you. We are very much looking forward to the Southeastern Pharmacy Leadership Weekend that will be happening starting this Friday, and the other opportunities that are listed there. But we are also happy to celebrate 1876 founding, so it's our 150th anniversary come March the 10th this year. With that, I would be happy to entertain any questions that are specific to my report or anything that I can do to help this board.
First, I wanted to say thank you for the communications from the South Carolina Pharmacy Association over the last week or two regarding some of the confusion around the Medicaid brand meds for the pharmacies and whatnot. I know that that provided some vital information for the industry. Secondly, I did want to ask you, I know one of y'all's initiatives is following kind of the regulations that govern practice. Since we're going to be talking about it later today, I didn't know if the Pharmacy Association had an official stance on the current compounding reg that's over at the State House.
Yes, our primary focus, is maybe I didn't mention it, but is PBM reforms, because we truly feel without meaningful PBM reform, none of the other progress that we're discussing is sustainable. Reimbursement stability continues to be an issue, but I realize the fact that you guys have your compounding folks here in the crowd, but we did submit comments to the board on November the 21st. Did you guys receive those in your board book?
Yes.
Yes, and those are included in all the board materials. And I believe your report, and correct me if I'm wrong, also addresses your concerns.
The report does not address the concerns. It just, I was given a template of what we have to operate on these reports, and so I tried to stay within that realm because I'm trying not to deviate. But we were provided opportunity. We did send, I've got a copy of it if you didn't get it. I've got I guess it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of concerns that was on letterhead. Is that in the board book?
It is in the board book under the administrator's report. It's part of the public comments received on the compounding regulations.
So I only see one letter there.
Yeah, I only have one file under there, not from
5.
one.
We will see why they didn't all copy over, but there were 5.
There were
Pharmacy
5.
Associ-
Oh, you said there were 5?
Yes. So yesterday afternoon, I made sure that they were all there. We've added them earlier at the end of last week, I believe. Hims and Hers, Empower, Novo Nordisk, Revelation Pharma, Independent Pharmacies of South Carolina, and
That's the only one
SCPHA.
I think that's the only one we have, independent
We have.
pharmacy.
Make them available for you in just a few minutes.
Thanks.
We did have some strong concerns, so would appreciate any feedback. I mean, Holly did reach out to us and ask us if we wanted a hearing. It was not our intent to schedule a hearing because we realized that the regulations can continue on with that, even if there is a hearing and the judge rules either way. So we just, I relayed this information to Casey. We just wanted the board to consider the information that we submitted.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll
you-
go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Did you guys have any other questions, or did that answer? Again, we do appreciate that. My name is Brian Clark.
All right, I'll go ahead and go to item C, South Carolina Society of Health System Pharmacists.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is John David Shepard. I am a pharmacist by training. I'm here on behalf of SCSHP to provide our January report. Much of what's already been discussed is what was in my report, so I will try and keep this very short. The first item for discussion is our upcoming event. Our annual meeting will be in March 11th through the 13th, and it'll be hosted in Kiowa. The big update there is that Chris Jerry will be our keynote speaker, and if you're unfamiliar with who Chris Jerry is, I would encourage you to Google him and look at his story. It's an incredibly powerful story about medication safety and compounding. Next, moving into the legislative bills that we're monitoring. As Brian had mentioned, we're in support of Senate Bill 342 regarding PBM regulation, as well as the Senate Bill 378, Pharmacy Standards of Practice. The big concern there on our part is that we believe that adoption of USP best practices is critical in order for that bill to be functional and safe. As the Hospital Association had mentioned, we're also concerned about hospital representation on the board, and we would just ask that as topics come up that would specifically impact hospitals, we ask that you guys reach out to SCSHP so that we may voice our concerns and that those may be addressed. One of those that's in the report is the 340B program, and as Laura had mentioned, the big update here is that the rebate model pilot program was created and implemented very quickly with the start date of January 1st. Thankfully, towards the end of of 2025, the end of December, that was put on pause. The big impact there is a cash flow and an administrative burden, and we are very grateful that not only has it been paused by the district court, but the update that we received 2 days ago is that HHS would be retracting that program, or their appeal of implementing that program. We believe that signals that the rebate model pilot program will not continue forward. However, I would imagine that some variation of that will happen in the near future. We just hope that next time it comes about that covered entities are included in that discussion. With that, that concludes our report. I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Comments?
I want to say thank you for letting them present their reports, because a good bit of the pharmacy or the hospital association information is outside of my realm of practice, so it definitely helps put things in context.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you for your time. We will go to item 11, old business, and real quick, Dr. Shealy.
Madam Chair, I just want to apologize on record to the board and to those who submitted comments that you don't have access to those. That was not the intent at all. So we are making sure that you get those pretty quickly, but I do just want to apologize to the entities who did submit comments and to the board that you don't have them as accessible as we intended for them to be in your board book. So we'll work on that.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll make sure we have time to review those. All right. Old business 11A, review of and request for extension of Walgreens gene therapy pilot from Janu Phillip. All right. Hey, Janu. 11A, review of and request for extension of Walgreens. As you heard from the others, likely just speak right into the microphone.
This should also be in your board book if you'll just confirm that you have. Great. This should also be in your board book if you'll just confirm that you have. Great.
Good.
All right.
Good. Good morning. My name is Janu Phillip, Director of Pharmacy Affairs. With me, I have Dan Powell, who is the pharmacist in charge of our Gene and Cell Pharmacy. So thank you for the opportunity allowing us to speak today. We're here to provide an update on Walgreens Gene and Cell Services and to request an extension of the pilot program that you guys approved last year. Our goal remains the same, which is ensuring that the patients in South Carolina have timely access to these life-changing therapies when the need arises. And this is really about readiness, being prepared so that when a patient in your state needs treatment, we can act immediately. I know some of you weren't here last year, so just as a refresher in terms of what this is, it's a very unique pharmacy. It's a unique model which is dedicated to gene and cell therapy. The facility, which is located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, received its Pennsylvania license in April of 2024, and we're working on securing contracts with manufacturers while in tandem we aim to obtain licensure in all 50 states so that when any patient in any state gets prescribed one of these meds, we're able to service them. Because of the unique nature of these medications and the facility, we don't fill traditional medications here, and therefore we requested a pilot approval of a non-resident license. So in the event that a patient from South Carolina needs one of these life-saving medications, we're able to provide it. The therapy is very unique. It's typically one dose. Once it's shipped from the manufacturer, it typically is good for hours, not days or weeks or months, hours. And the medication is generally curative, and or it potentially treats diseases that currently don't have viable treatment. And this is typically one dose, and the patient is cured of that disease or ailment. The facility is very high touch. We work and have partnerships with manufacturers that decide the distribution model due to the extremely high cost of the products and temperature sensitivity. Now, I think this is, can we go back? All the way back. Yeah. Now, I think this is second slide. Yep. There we go. Since we last met, we've made significant progress. Walgreens is now licensed in all 50 states, which is up from the 38 the last time that we presented. We've successfully completed a full inspection by the Pennsylvania Board of Pharmacy on October 2nd, 2025, with no deficiencies noted. We've strengthened our leadership team. So Dan Powell here now serves as the pharmacist in charge, and Kim Tedesco, who was our pharmacist in charge, is now in the role of director for gene and cell operations. We continue to pursue manufacturer partnerships through RFP submissions to secure product access. And so while the pace of FDA approvals has been slower than projected, the need for readiness has not changed. Extending that pilot ensures that South Carolina remains aligned with every other state and is prepared for the future of medicine. If we can go to the next slide. The gene and cell therapy landscape continues to evolve. In 2025, the FDA approved 5 therapies. It's fewer than the 10 to 15 that we initially projected. This slowdown reflects headwinds in the space, and you're looking at funding and investment challenges, complex reimbursement models, commercialization hurdles, and as well as an evolving regulatory landscape. But the pipeline does remain strong. There are more than 4,500 therapies still in development, with 150 projected approvals by 2034. For 2026, we're looking at roughly 9 FDA decision dates, and those are known as PDUFA dates. And so those are scheduled this year, signaling that new therapies are imminent. And now when those approvals happen, patients in South Carolina deserve that immediate access, and that's why maintaining this pilot is so critical. So in closing, our request today is pretty simple, but very critical, right? Extending that pilot program so that South Carolina patients are never left waiting for access to gene and cell therapies is still there, and these treatments does represent the future of medicine. There are, these are very curative options and for conditions that currently had no hope. And so we've done the work already in terms of getting licensed in all 50 states. We've, continued to be inspected and compliant, and we're actively engaging with manufacturers. Now, while the pace of the approvals has been slower, we do want to make sure that we're ready for these approvals and that patients in South Carolina get that immediate access. So your decision today ensures that readiness. It keeps South Carolina aligned with every other state and reinforces the board's commitment to patient care and innovation. Thank you for your time and consideration. Dan is the subject matter expert on gene and cell, so if you have questions related to that, he's prepared to answer those. So we look forward to your partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me 1 second.
Questions related to that, he's prepared to answer those. So we look forward to your partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. Thank you. Give me 1 second. Dr. Shealy, could you tell me what their current license is?
So they were permitted on trying to find the date, January 15th, 2025, as a non-resident pharmacy one-year pilot with current expiration of tomorrow.
So, and this is me being naive maybe, would there be any reason to just get the license instead of continue a pilot?
They, at the time of coming to the board in January 2025, they had an application as a non-resident pharmacy, but didn't meet the requirements because of the inspection, operational inspection requirement, which they do have now, but that application has since expired. So per the board's direction last January, as we guided Walgreens, they were to come before the board in January, before the 1 year ended, and could ask for an extension or could seek full permitting at that time, if that's.
Okay. And you said you're licensed in all 50 states. Are there pilots in other states? Are these, I mean, I know based on
It's
the
full
state.
licensure.
Full licensure.
Yes.
So would you have a preference of extending the pilot versus a license?
Full licensure would obviously be the ideal scenario. So we're not going this every year.
Y'all currently have an application in process for licensure, or are we all waiting on this meeting to determine what path forward?
This meeting, yeah.
Short for submitting full licensure before their expiration tomorrow?
So I believe their expiration is tomorrow, and then our non-resident application process can take several months. So I can discuss options in executive session if you.
We need a motion to, yeah, okay. I'd like to make a motion to take this up in executive session to discuss options. Walgreens licensing. Legal advice, sorry, not options. Advice with regards to Walgreens licensing.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. While Walgreens is still in the seat, is there any other questions or discussion that you have for them?
For my knowledge, do you ever take possession of the medication or the device or whatever the therapy is?
Yes. So due to the very strict constraints on that timeline, we do take possession from the courier as it passes through our pharmacy. So although it is we don't inventory it, so it's not sitting on our shelf, we do take possession of the medication.
Okay, so can you walk me through a scenario that if we had a patient in South Carolina at the hospital, I'm assuming they would be in a hospital setting?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, can you just walk me through, like, logistically how that works through your
Yeah,
pharmacy?
sure. So utilizing our flagship pharmacy located in Pittsburgh, PA, let's say that it's all based off of where the manufacturer is located. So let's say there's a manufacturer that's located in Tennessee. Hypothetically, the courier, specialized cold chain logistics courier, would pick up the medication from the manufacturer in Tennessee. This courier would then fly the medication to our pharmacy. The courier would then deliver it to our pharmacy. We would take brief possession of the medication. We would perform all of the pharmacist verification that is legally required, and then hand this then back to the courier, who would then deliver it to the hospital outpatient center, wherever that may be. So that timeline is very condensed, usually within 24 hours, as the life cycle of these cold chain doers is very short. So it is a very quick process.
That's helpful. And one last question about, and I know there's a lot in the pipeline, but how many prescriptions are you currently filling? What's your volume?
So we have we have yet to have a dispense because of the incredibly competitive marketplace with a low number of FDA approvals.
Thank you.
And I would assume that that's why it's kind of slower moving in terms of the FDA approvals, or kind of why.
Precisely.
Other questions in terms of being very interested? I think this is nuance. I think this is awesome in regards to where a pharmacy could go. But the gene and cell therapy, will this be CSA compliant? Will it be
Full DSCA,
okay.
CSA
All right.
compliance, yes.
Okay. And then I would assume, I don't know if they necessarily need to, maybe more of a question for advice council, but the carriers, 3PLs, virtual entities will all be licensed
Correct.
in South Carolina? Okay. As appropriate, of course.
Yes.
All right.
Any other questions? Okay, so we have already voted to take this up in executive session and kind of find out what our options are to make it work. Yeah, sorry, thank you. We have a motion of it. Any other discussion? All right. To take this up in executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Now we have a vote on taking it in executive session. So that'll be our plan. You can follow up with the board office or staff later today, or even tomorrow, later this week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I do have a question for Dr. Shealy on that one as regards to it. If we were to continue their pilot program, could they still apply for a full permit during that so they don't lose any operation? Okay, thank you.
I would assume that that would be probably the easiest route, right?
Okay.
Is a an approval of a certain time period, and then allow us to go ahead and apply for full,
Okay, thank y'all so much for traveling here today and being here. We are right at 10 o'clock. I am going to take about a 15-minute break, a convenience break, as well as a technology and paperwork and quick review break. So we will reconvene at 10:15. And just as a point of order, we will start with item 12A, review and discuss drafted compounding regulations. Quick confirmation from board members that you got letters as addressed. Thank you. Okay. All right, thank y'all for that. We will return to new business 12A, review and discuss drafted compounding regulations. So if members of the compounding task force could come up to these seats. I will remind y'all that if you do speak into the microphone, it will be very, very close. You will feel the foam. Sure. And should I just do introductions? Okay. I know, but maybe not all of these members of the task force. So if we could start from this direction and go across, just say your name and your practice setting would be great.
Thank you. My name is George Todd. I am the Director of Pharmacy for McLeod Seacoast Hospital in the Northern Erie section along Little River, North Myrtle Beach.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Chase Parks. I'm an IV clinical strategist with Omnicell, dealing with IV robotics.
I'm a Russell Prescott with NewMed Diagnostics, appointed related to nuclear pharmacy out of Spartanburg, South Carolina.
You can actually pick up that microphone. There's no wire. Yeah.
I'm Tanisha Ray, Certified Pharmacy Technician, Supervisor of Education, Compliance, and Competency for Prisma Health.
Thank you.
I'm Brian Ziegler. I am with Moss Compounding Pharmacy in Florence, South Carolina. I do non-sterile compounding, sterile compounding, human, veterinary, hazardous, and non-hazardous.
Kathy Quarles Moore, and I'm a non-sterile compounding pharmacist at Riley's Drugs in Lexington, and also I am teaching non-sterile compounding to our students at University of South Carolina College of Pharmacy.
Cody Berkeley. I'm from Horse Necessities of South Carolina. We're located in St. Matthews, an equine-specific sterile and non-sterile compounding facility.
Hi, I'm Tracy Collier, Director of Regulatory Affairs for Olympia and Wesley Pharmaceuticals. We have 2 503Bs and a 503A.
Okay. So just as a level setting, we did receive a draft of the regulation that was prepared by Dr. Shealy, some staff members, Carolyn. I do want to note that there was a lot of thought and work put into that regulation. It is a draft. We're not here to approve anything today. And the reason we have convened this task force is to give us insight into how this draft would affect your own practice. We value your input. We are looking for it. We are asking for it. So I know a lot of you drove a lot of miles today, so I do want to recognize that. And I think that may be our best place to start. Do you have any suggestions?
I would just echo that this is a draft. I would perceive this as more of a scaffolding so that there was no perception that this is intended to be what the final outcome is going to look like. And I just appreciate everybody appearing because having experts advising is, I think, always helpful.
Okay, so I will just start with open comment. Preferably how it looks as a whole. I don't want us to look at line 14 on page 9 quite yet, but just initial impressions, concerns, or comments. I will open that to our task force.
Glad to begin the discussion. First off, I'm glad we at least have something to start with and appreciate the effort that went into this. I will say that I have been involved with the compounding committee in its various forms since I think 2012 is when I first began. So I've gone through numerous processes here. With that also said, I've also experienced and lived through multiple revisions with USP. And understand the history of why certain events have happened that have triggered some pretty dramatic changes. The one thing that that jumps out at me is that we have selected USP as one of the main standards to adopt in this draft. And over the time period that I've been involved, we have purposely done partial adoption of USP in the state of South Carolina. My recommendation is that we continue to do that. We continue to be on a partial adoption of USP. I think there are many benefits to USP. I think personally, if I look at it, I say there's about 80 to 85% of it. When you look at 795, you look at 797 for sterile, you look at 800, there are pieces there that are very beneficial. There are also some pieces that I feel like are very burdensome, and there's questionable scientific support in some of these cases for why some of these changes have happened in USP. So understanding that and understanding that the role of the board and what you're asking from us is that we help define what the minimum requirement is for promoting safe practice of compounding in the state of South Carolina. I think there are portions of USP that we can take and use, but fully adopting, I think, takes us well beyond that minimum and creates challenges for practitioners. It will create problems with access, and that access may be limiting the ability of some providers to meet compliance. It may also be issues with raising the cost because of the overburden requirements for some of these processes. And that's going to impact patients. That cost will go to patients. And so that's the balance that I look at it from a practitioner is I want to make the highest quality preparation I can. There are minimum standards that we can establish that are not fully USP adopting in its entirety. We can do that, but also still being able to provide something that patients can have access to and can afford. Okay. The process of USP is another concern. So today we know what USP standards are. The group of panelists that USP elects, about every 4 years, they make updates. And sometimes these updates are not things that this group, and historically from the compounding committee, every time USP put out a document, put out public comment opportunities, we as a committee were tasked by the Board of Pharmacy to always be involved with that. We always found lots of issues with that. We would submit comment on behalf of the committee to the board would then send that to USP. And there have been some pretty major issues that have been identified along the way. Some of those USP historically changed. Some of those USP historically did not. I think 800 is a great example. There are a lot of things in 800 that they never really addressed those public comments. They just accepted their original draft. And those would be really burdensome here in the state of South Carolina. Okay, I know we won't get into the specifics just yet, but that's one in particular. There's issues in 795 with the current changes. I look at things critically with USP and say, okay, why are they making these changes? Is it because there is something that is being seen in practice that needs to be changed? If so, what is that? And if it's not there, then what's really motivating the change? Is it because you have a group of people in a room that feel like they need to develop something new just to show that they're doing something? And sometimes it's changing nomenclature, changing definitions. And that's what we've seen in some of these additions that I think creates a lot of confusion, and some of these documents are not that easy to follow because of it. So that's my thoughts, is I think we want to target partial compliance, and it's because of just the historical understanding of what USP has done over time and what has happened in the national landscape as well as in the state landscape, and what we are really scared of and concerned of. I think if we put together good, solid foundation of requirements for the minimum, and I think we've had those for a number of years, and maybe tweak a few things, then we can still maintain a very safe environment. And all the examples that I know this board has been presented with over the last few months that are the scary things that we don't want to have happen again, New England Compounding Center, the regulatory environment at that time was in place to prevent that. And additional legislation and additional regulation was not necessarily needed to prevent another one of those from happening. It was everybody being on the same page. It was regulators enforcing what was in place, and we could have prevented that. And so what we've seen since then is just an increase in new standards and increase in regulation that, in all honesty, I have a hard time justifying to say that all of this added burden doesn't necessarily equate more safety and more quality. And so that's the initial thought with just the USP adoption. So my advice to the group would be that we find a partial adoption, or we develop maybe our own standard to a certain degree. If we're willing to accept in a document that we are going to have a USP standard, then what would prevent us from having a South Carolina compounding standard that could be developed in its place? Stop there. Thank you.
Other members? Thank you.
I would echo much of what he said. I do think that if we were to pursue our own standards, that we would need to be very cautious about contradicting anything in USP 797. You know, I've been in sterile compounding longer than I care to admit, and I too have traveled that pathway of seemingly contradicting standards and regulations. But CMS is more and more aware now of USP 797. I think the public is more aware of USP 797. And while I'm not a big fan of regulation in general, I do believe that our ability to compound was very much in jeopardy with what he referred to in 2012 in New England. I think pharmacists' ability to compound was put in jeopardy by those actions. I think there's a greater national awareness and state awareness of sterile compounding, the risk it poses. So while I'm not opposed to an abbreviated version or a version of USP 797 on the state level, I do think we need to be cautious that we not reinvent the wheel in such a way that we have contradictions that run juxtaposed to established 797 standards.
I had a comment as well. I agree. I can echo on both sides of what was just said, but my comment was more related to the standard of care structure, which if it's not excluded, it's allowable, and then if you're questioned, you justify it. I like that concept to a degree. In a way, what I'm going to say relates back to, again, the USP component, because in a section where it says if it's the component being if it's not excluded. And so one of the exclusion areas would be if it's a federal law, and federal law dictates USP compliance, so it's almost like an inadvertently saying USP. But the exclusionary, getting back to like patient care, and I give a common example, would be like ophthalmologists need ascorbic acid eye drops post-cataract surgery. USP says you can't make a compound that doesn't have an active API. Ascorbic acid is not an active API, so you're not supposed to compound it. So there's the exclusionary component related back to federal components just starts a problem from that initially. So I don't know if the wording, I don't speak lawyer, so I don't know if there's a way to change it. I don't necessarily hate the concept of what's being said, but there would be how an exclusion could be allowed for patient care, because that is a common request for patient care. The other, lost my train of thought. Well, that's all I've got for right now.
If it comes back, let us know. We'll go right back to you. No worries.
So I would want to echo what Brian said. In this new role that I'm in, I used to be in home infusion pharmacy. I have seen a lot of other states. I work in all the states. And I have seen a lot of healthcare systems have trouble implementing USP 797 because of confusion. So I do think that whatever we do, we need to make sure that it's clear and concise for all the compounding pharmacies out there, because I do think that you run the risk of having compounding pharmacies not following USP because they are confused on what to do. I mean, I was talking to a health system in California, and I would think it's California. They're usually pretty on top of it, and they were confused on what the regulations were with USP 797. And they came out in 2023, and people are still having issues with that. So I would say that we just need to make sure that we have clear, concise regulations and guardrails for anybody that is performing compounding.
May I ask a follow-up question to that? You said there was confusion. Can you elaborate on like any specifics of the areas of confusion?
Category 2 and 3 of USP 797 is a huge issue for a lot of people. And understand what's the difference, what they have to meet in those regulations. In fact, that's one of the things that I have to do when I first meet with somebody, is we really drill down into that because they have so much confusion on it. And another thing that I have seen is the central distribution model and confusion on that.
Caroline, if I can add to Chase's comments there. So when I personally first read USP 797 when it was implemented, I had to read it 3 times to figure out where I fit in the categories. Because in the old model, which had been in place for a long time, it was low risk, medium risk, high risk. So you had 3 categories. Everybody knew that nomenclature, that terminology. And then all of a sudden they change it completely to a category 1, 2, and 3. You instinctively assume category 1 is low, category 2 is medium, category 3 is high. That is not the case. Okay? So you get 30 pages into this document, and then you realize, oh, hang on a second, I'm interpreting this completely wrong, and you start over and you read it again. A third time, it dawns on you, oh, this is where I actually fall with what I do in my practice. So the way the document is laid out, it's a difficult read and lots of ways that people get confused.
I concur.
I did remember this point. The other point of the standard of care was talking about if someone's being evaluated for a practice that they're doing, and it said that it would be similar to what someone else in the same practice, same education, et cetera. Would this then require the board to set up almost like a committee? Who would be, if someone was brought up on a standard of care question of doing something that wasn't excluded in their question on is this okay to be done, where are you going to have to set up a group to then evaluate the standard of care outside of just the board, because again, it's specific to a practice setting. So where does that come from to do the evaluation for the standard of care?
So there have already been, I understand, expert review panelists appointed.
So other disciplines like medicine and nursing, that their professional practice is more standard of care. Whenever there is a complaint on a particular practice, where is it within the standard of care, standard of practice for that particular discipline or individual. The process that those boards use currently, and we have kind of started the process of implementing it here, but haven't had to put it in play yet, if that makes sense, is the case, once, as part of the investigation, before it gets to the board for a decision, ultimate decision, it would go to an expert reviewer that is handled through our Office of Disciplinary Counsel, that has been vetted and approved by our board to be considered an expert in XYZ. And so they would review the case, they would make a determination whether, yes, that falls within the standard, it would be acceptable or not. And then their review would be part of that case that would come to the board.
So that means it's super important that we clearly define what that standard is so that we know who the expert is who can weigh in on whether or not it meets that standard. Is that fair to say? I also, the questions that just come to mind, just knowing what's next, because like I said, been here before, done this. The next step, whatever we define and we lay out and we put forth a regulation and it gets approved, is, we'll have to develop a guidance for our inspectors and an inspection form. And whatever framework we decide on, I think we need to be thinking about how easy is it going to be to develop that? And is that going to be clear so that practitioners and inspectors are on the same page? Everybody is aware of what they're supposed to be doing. And it's pretty straightforward so that when an inspector goes in, they're not having to make interpretations of how they think the standards are when they're in your site. I would hope that it would be efficient for them to be able to view what they need to view, documentation they need to see, so that they can quickly make a determination, is there a violation here or not? That has always been something that has been tasked to the compounding committee in the past, has been, can you help make the inspection form easier for the inspectors to be able to efficiently complete an inspection, but yet not miss things. And so that would be another piece that I think if we do want flexibility in the regulation so that we can evolve with the profession, but we also need to think about, we just need a little bit of structure so that it makes it clear when it's inspection time.
Okay, so I'm probably coming from this from a little different lens. I looked at this whole document from the regulatory lens. In my current role, I watch about 10 board meetings a week. So standard of care has been a hot topic in just about every state across the country. I will say that it's pretty much where the states are going. I like the idea of a standard of care because you're not having to wait when something, as an example, when a new strength of naloxone came out, it was about 3 months before our pharmacist could utilize it via the protocol, because we had to get a group together and scheduling and calendaring and all the discussion that goes with it, whereas a standard of care model does allow pharmacists to be much more nimble with that. I understand the concerns of the day-to-day, what is the standard, and I understand the complexities of USP with that, but I do really appreciate the board's staff looking at this and the standard of care. I think it does allow a lot more flexibility with that. And again, as Brian pointed out, USP does change every 3 to 4 years. And by the time we get language in, it's outdated, as most of you have experienced in the past, especially Brian. Brian was here. He's like one of the first people I met. With that, so I do really like the idea of standard of care, and I think it kind of moves South Carolina ahead.
Other comments from the task force?
Good morning. My stance on the document that was read, I do feel like that as South Carolina, we are on the right track to being able to align with USP 7 But I do look at this in a different lens as well, as being a representative from a hospital system where we actually have no choice but to go by all the standards of USP 797. So I do feel as though that clarification does need to be outlined. I do feel that the document that was given to us does clarify most of the questions that we get in the clarification of USP 797. So I do appreciate that the board has tried to outline and clarify those questions that we get in our practice of the hospital setting.
Any other comments from the task force?
I would agree with what Brian Ziegler said and Rusty, I think, and Tracy. A lot of these things are important, but I do agree that if we were to have guidelines maybe and incorporate and align some USP principles while allowing professional judgment, institutional policy and state board guidance to safeguard would be very important. I think that if we adopt USP, I know, as a non-sterile compounder, and adopting USP 795 in its entirety, it's going to really bog down a lot of my compounding. It's going to bog down my cost to my patients, which could affect, in essence, their access to care. But I think that we can be safe, and I think we can also, if we align and accept some of the principles, which are important, and I think the guidelines are there, we can, just loosely accept it.
I'll just go ahead and speak. I mean, I'm in agreement with everybody. I am kind of in an even more odd scenario in my practice. We have adopted 795 and 797 because we've had to with the practice that we have. And I have seen its benefits, but I've also seen how it's hurt such a small business. And it truly has cut clients, it's cut how many people we've been able to serve to, because it's really bogged down a small practice. And I think it has some great potential, and it's really helped some aspects, but I think South Carolina truly could benefit from the partial adapted, and we have a great group of people that could really help make it to where we have something that's really understandable. Because as someone that came in with not a lot of knowledge where I started to work, having to learn 795 and 797 out the gate was daunting. And I think it could be very daunting for all of our practitioners in the state trying to figure it out. I think finding a way to bring it in safely, but also have a way that's easy to understand for our pharmacists and our inspectors, so that we can all be on the same page, because that's going to keep, truly, if we're all on the same page in that's going to keep everybody the safest. If we can make sure that our inspectors and our pharmacists are easily able to understand these and make a good inspection form, that I think is key.
If I can add one more thing, just to clarify for the board members, we've had a couple of members here make the comment that they are obligated to comply with USP. And so I just want to clarify why that is. So if you're licensed in another state, which I know in Cody's situation and also in Tracy's, they're going across state lines, and other states may have fully adopted USP, so therefore they've got to be in compliance because the state law in those particular states would be an issue. In the health system side, the hospitals, they're going through an accreditation process, and the accreditors have accepted USP as part of their accreditation requirement. And the reason they're going through accreditation is so that they can bill Medicare and receive payment. So the motivation on that side is because of the accreditation from a billing standpoint, is the main drive. In the home infusion world, same type thing. There's typically maybe an accreditation that's required in order to get into a contract with an insurance provider, and those accrediting bodies may require USP maybe as the standard that they've adopted as their accreditation of choice, or their standard of choice. So I just want to make that clear as to why, certain entities may say we are obligated to. It really revolves around, another state's choice of law, or typically a payment model that is dictating that.
Any other comments from the task force? I'm going to exercise my privilege as chair and ask the first questions. So this one was from some comments from Dr. Ziegler, but I open it to anyone to answer. So has any other entity kind of arisen as a with a similar mission as USP, but maybe a different approach? Like, have we ever seen something adjacent to USP over the past decade or so where they are potentially writing standards, but in a different way?
To my knowledge, so we go way back when. At one point, ASHP had some guidance documents that eventually they evolved into USP 797. So this would be back in the fact that, USP standards really, they're fairly young. This is a fairly new thing. So, you go back prior to like 2004, that's really where we were in a little bit of the wild, wild west. So you had ASHP back in that time frame with some guidance documents. When USP evolved, then it kind of shifted more that direction. Since then, the examples that are out there, there's not really another standard organization, so to speak, but when you look at the states across the country, those that are not in full compliance with USP, they have basically developed partial adoption or possibly no adoption. And some of those states have basically written their own regulatory requirements. One in particular that I know that in this last year and a half that we looked at was Texas, for example. They're a partial compliance state, but they went through and there was clearly some things that they adopted from USP that it was almost verbatim. And then there were things where you could see where they said, this is where we're going to draw the line. And it was a lesser requirement than USP. It did not conflict with USP. So it left that, flexibility for, the health systems and other entities that did have to comply with USP. They wouldn't be in conflict with the state law. But those would be the examples that I think exist today that I'm aware of is some of these states that are in partial adoption.
Okay, thank you. And the second question I had came from Dr. Parks, but again, anyone can answer. So, especially for those that cross state lines, are there instances of, because Dr. Parks mentioned clarification, writing clear, understandable language. Are there any examples that you can think of, and you could certainly send later as well, of well-written, understandable, either regulation or even guidance documents, FAQs, inspector forms that you would hold up as a worthy example of providing that clarification where needed?
I'll be honest, at this time, I think that a lot of states are still working on this. So, no, I think Texas, like Ziegler said, is a good example, but I do think that you would have to rely on our state and our experts in this state to actually draft that. So I don't have an example I could give to the board yet. I'm more than happy to go look and see if I can find one, and I can submit it later if that works. Okay.
Other comments related to that question?
I would say an NABP, VPP inspection would be, or Gates would give you thorough information on USP standards.
I think go ahead, Carol.
Tracy, was that or Gates?
Just going to make the comment that, in some of the previous activities, as far as, the committee involvement, and certainly with this expert panel, I won't speak for everyone, but certainly if there was an opportunity to help to try to define or clarify or draft, I personally would be willing to do that. Like I said, I get the feeling that most of the folks up here with me as colleagues, certainly I think that we would be maybe willing to do that if need be as well. So, like I said, I won't speak on their behalf, but I'll put that out there for myself.
Okay. Those were the questions I had from your input. I'm going to open it to other board members.
I'm going to throw a curveball really quick and ask if it questions for legal advice or for legal counsel. Usually do a mini executive talk about that before we move forward.
That could be possible. I am going to, is it related to the task force specifically, discussions with them?
It's related to some confusion that I would like to clarify with legal counsel prior to moving forward with discussion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to go into a executive session to seek legal advice regarding this specific topic.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Are you opposing your name? Okay. He's naying, yeah. One opposed. All right, so the motion carries. For executive session, we do have to clear the room. So if y'all don't mind leaving, and we will let everybody know when we're back. And the motion carries. As a reminder, no decisions, no motions were made while in executive session. It was only to seek legal advice from our attorney. I am going to take advantage of this moment, though, and have our attorney do a quick level set, because I did hear kind of these comments from our panel as well, of this draft and its creation and intent.
So I understand for the Board of Pharmacy, this standard of care model is kind of a new concept, but I wanted to clarify that the language is written not to adopt USP standards, but to recognize that USP is the standard. There really aren't any other standards, and that if you have any significant deviations from that, they would need to be justified, but keeping in mind that USP has no enforcement authority, that is the state licensing boards and the FDA. So the intention of the board in drafting this is to figure out what parts of USP we wish to enforce here in South Carolina. It's just a recognition that USP is there, and where is that safety minimum that must be in place, and how do we go from there? I hope that adds clarity.
Okay. I am going to open this back up to board members for any questions to our panel.
More of a comment, I guess. I don't know if it's necessarily specific for the panel or maybe the board in general. I do believe that as it's written right now, what you just described as the intent is not portrayed. I think that the current wording of this draft, which I know we didn't want to get into the specifics of wording, but conceptually, the current wording of this is that, yes, we recognize it as the standard and you are beholden to it because you have to document any deviations and provide them upon inspection, which then inherently would mean that you're being inspected on it if my logic is following that line. And you can correct me. Please do. I just that's what when reading it the first time, that is how I took it.
So our inspections would be to enforce the minimum standards that the board deems appropriate through these regulations. So you're going to be inspected, but if patient harm occurs and you have a reason, for example, that your facility doesn't have XYZ hood, and you have justified scientifically, like my facility doesn't have this XYZ hood because we have whatever, which is in safety compliance and poses no safety harm, then that would be the issue, right? So it's the problem with not adopting any standard or having something like that is when you go to this gray area of, I'm trying to think of examples, but I'm not a pharmacist. So if you have some sort of eye drops that eye drops should be sterile compounding, and they are being compounded in a non-sterile environment, that seems pretty cut and dry as far as whether or not it's a violation. So that we would be inspecting eye drops to the standard that whatever we hold other sterile compounders to. Does that make sense? But it doesn't require us to enforce operational changes or what have you. It relies on professional judgment of the pharmacist in charge and the pharmacists.
So you made the point that we were just recognizing that that is the standard. Standard of care models, I'm pretty sure the medical board does a standard of care. Did they reference a specific standard in their standard of care model?
No, neither does the legal community because there is no official standard, right? It's not.
But there are guidelines that are published by like the American Academy of like Pediatrics or ACOG or other things. So.
Right, but they're not codified in federal law. And right, but so they're not codified or referenced in the Federal Register, and so they cannot enforce a particular, I mean, I guess they could choose to do that in their Practice Act, but therein lies a difference. Is that, at least from the FDA requires compliance, or it regulates all the drugs and all the food and cosmetics. And so, utilizing, just based on that, we have to have some, we follow a lot of federal mandates. For example, the Drug Supply Chain Security Act. And where is the federal mandate? That's in a federal law, but it's not in that law. It's, but there's a lot of different sources. And if you have other options, and panelists, please, if you have other ideas on different standards, or, if you want to submit language that you think we should be considering, I invite you to do that. Please send it to Casey Sheely and myself. We are happy to review that and make sure that the board is aware of these propositions or the suggestions. It's a working document, so I really want to make sure that we understand that this is not a full-on adoption.
I'm going to take that opportunity to address that as well. So, as I stated at the beginning, we're not making any decisions today. We're not going to be approving anything today. What this looks like going forth, so this was our kind of introductory. Like Dr. Ziegler said, I was very appreciative as well to have a draft, like something to look at. There will likely be a time that we go to page 4 and look at line 9 and say this is particularly concerning. We will be continuing these conversations. Of course, our next scheduled meeting is in March, I believe, March. But nothing also prevents either the chair calling a meeting or 2/3 of the board. And that could also include inviting you all as panel members or public members as well to watch and or attend and submit comment. So I reiterate and also ask prior to our next meeting, presumably March, that you do kind of continue to digest this draft. If there's something that you like at another state or another entity or anything, feel free to send those to board staff, being Dr. Sheely and Carolyn as well, that these can be shared with us, especially if it's kind of a long or confusing document. Give us some time to read over them and get ready for them as well. But my intent with Board of Pharmacy meetings is to dedicate time at all of our meetings, including tomorrow as well, to discuss these as much on the record as we can, getting input where we can, and y'all are just our identified experts that we are specifically asking for your input. So, I want to be respectful of your time and your travel here today, so I will also ask board members questions or comments specifically for our panel members.
I have a question. In reading through this, and I know we've talked about USP and whatnot, one of the concerns that I lose sleep over is pharmacist and technician education and training, as well as like calculations. And I don't know that that's always addressed when we're talking about whether it needs to be a negative pressure room or just a ventilated room. Or so in your expert opinion, is that something you see being incorporated, or raising those standards for education? That's the first part of the question. And the second part is also like looking at potentially changing how we permit compounding pharmacies. Do we give them a different permit so we hold them to a different standard than just a pharmacy permit? If they're doing serial compounding, do we permit them separately? I know a lot of other states do that. So anyway, I'll leave that.
Is the first question related to the specifics that were laid out, like having actually a continuing education requirement versus what we have now? Right now, we have a requirement that you do 4 hours annually of continuing training. It does not require that it is actually approved for CE. So the new certainly has a much more enhanced component there, with some of it requiring actual credentialed CE. So I think that will be, something that we do want to dive into, absolutely, is what do we think the minimum requirement is. I don't know that we necessarily need to have an accredited CE requirement, is my advice. But if there's specific things that we maybe want to spell out that need to be required in the annual training, because right now the wording is a little vague. So, you can have a quarterly staff meeting and go through and review whatever you'd like to as far as related to compounding, and technically that would count. You could go to the other extreme and you could do very intensive continuing education, and it all counts the same. So my opinion is if we're making a substantial change to what the expectation is, then yeah, there's probably an expectation that there's going to be competencies that will be required for staff, and that's a great opportunity to basically incorporate that into training and it just be noted in their personnel file. And you wouldn't necessarily have to send someone to a training course. I do teach CE in this space, and I'm not looking to do more of that, but it's one of those things where I get asked a lot to give presentations to states that do have that requirement. It is a topic they struggle to constantly get content to meet requirements. So I will just make that known, is that if we implement a CE requirement, that may create some challenges that would need to be met beyond the scope of this board when it comes to CE. The second question, if you'll refresh me again, was?
Permitting. What are your thoughts on
permitting.
potentially changing how we permit compounded pharmacies?
Gotcha. Right now, when it comes to the inspection standpoint, I can speak personally. I basically go through 3 separate inspections. I have an inspection for my retail operation and the requirements that's required of a retail pharmacy. I then go through and we get asked some of the exact same questions again, to go through and do the non-sterile compounding inspection. And then we flip the page and we do a sterile compounding inspection. So it's a lengthy process. There's some duplication there, but it is different. It already is different. It's just what really, I guess, is on the piece of paper. It would be the only difference. So I don't know that I have an opinion on that. I just know that right now it's a pretty extensive process to go through that.
Dr. Ziegler, thank you for that. My follow-up question to your first part with the training, outside of you, because I would trust you based off of your CE and listening to some of that. I've heard tough to digest, confusion, lack of continuity, nobody knows what they're doing. Wouldn't more structured training and a requirement of that to practice be an answer? Maybe not the answer, but an answer in terms of, we'll just hold a PPCQIP meeting and go over any errors that we had.
I think this is where, when we look at what we consider our standard of care, as I mentioned at the beginning, there are certain parts of USP that I think make a lot of sense and are reasonable. They have some requirements for ongoing competency assessment. There's some of it that is a little on the extreme side, but there's some of it that you look at it and you say, that's your core annual competency that technically would be partially training because you're doing corrective nature, you're observing to make sure things are done right. There may be some policies that they have to review every year. That, to me, hits exactly there. You've got policies and procedures that are your standard for what you do day in and day out. Staff should be aware of that. Staff should know so that there's not that uncertainty of what we should and should not be doing. To me, that meets a continuing training. I won't use the word continuing education for the confusion, but that's continuing training in my mind of what would make sense. And you could create a very standard, you could have a non-sterile minimum list that would be the expectation, that would be a guide, that would be very simple. You would have the same thing on the sterile side. That would be fairly reasonable to put together in a couple of bullet points of these are the types of things that should be included in training.
Do you see that more as a individual business's SOP? Or would you say that that's something that, standard of care, but then make sure if you document and if you deviate, you document, and it provides in a panel of experts that it's good to go, great. But if not, then we have a problem.
I think it's in the SOP.
Okay.
I think that it's something that is being done, okay? But it doesn't need to be this massive list, okay? So I just give an example. Cleaning. Most people think, okay, clean. Well, there's a process to clean. What are we cleaning with? How do we clean? How frequently do we clean? There's a training involved with that. But there's also a review regularly because you don't want people to get bad. So that's one that impacts both sides. Of sterile, non-sterile would be a perfect example. That's a pretty straightforward one that you can say, all right, we're expecting the environment to be clean because that's one of the things we're inspecting for. It would make perfect sense to say that there has to be some sort of training around cleaning because the expectation is the facility is clean. So I think that's feasible in a standard operating procedure, and then have some way of just in the training of an employee that it's documented. It seems reasonable to me.
I hear from other panel members kind of what, in your practice, what is the expectation for training, number of hours? You don't have to give me necessarily, well, I am asking for specifics, but across.
Well, I would add that I think we have to delineate training versus education because I don't think they're the same. It's one thing to sit in a CE and learn and be able to pass a test. It's another thing entirely to be able to demonstrate that you can do the work. And I think that's where the competencies come into play. I would not be favoring overly regulating and defining exactly what competencies had to be completed. I think the individual facility SOPs should address that. I think that could get into a little bit of a conundrum by trying to define exactly which competencies. And again, as things change, then you have to change your legislation on the competencies, so it creates a traditional paint yourself in the corner type of approach when we get to that level of specifics. But we expect our staff to do the continuing education. Then we expect them to do the competencies, which include sterile media field tests, glove fingertip samples, as part of their annual competencies, actually every 6 months under the new guidelines.
Yeah, I would just echo what they both just said. I would think that training and education are different. I feel that training sometimes is more effective. Education's great for having a broad view, but when you get down to training, you really want to be site-specific. And I think we should look at adding principles and concepts to the standard of care of what training and competency should be. I do that. Give examples. We could have areas where we do know that they need to have training in, but then allow the sites to have their policies and procedures outline what kind of training that would be.
I'd like to invite Ms. Ray, based on her title and expertise, to also give us some input on training and education.
Well, the example of our training and education, so we do have, just like the other young man said, they do all of their training and documentation for every 6 months for compounders specifically, and then they do every 12 months for those that have direct oversight as far as your pharmacist or anyone that does end verification. And we have a whole team that go to every campus and sit with every single pharmacy personnel and do all of their oversight as far as competency and training. I do feel like education is different from competency because that does give a more requirement of a accredited certification or a competency that you may be required to have that may be a little bit more difficult for a system of our size to be able to accommodate within education. So I do feel like they need to maybe distinguish what that is going to be or what that's going to look like for education-wise.
Dr. Schuler, I'd like to add on top of that to our task force. Would it be possible for you guys in each one of your specific fields to come up with what that might look like so we can take that into account to say we're meeting that specifically for hospitals or like veterinary or nuclear, because we don't all serve in those specific practices, so you guys would have, more knowledge of what the lacking of competency training. Sorry. So if we're needing to like put a base CE out there to be like, look, you do have to do a CE just so you understand what it is that you're about to train in, and then maybe something that looks more specific to like, hey, we want training in this area, whether it be calculations or, whatever. Is that something that we could task them with?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to further add to the discussion of competency and education. And I guess this is coming from the point of view of the pharmacist, not necessarily the person who's actually doing the compounding. In my discussion with other pharmacists in the field throughout my career, one of the biggest things that I find a little, I guess, as not alarming, but something that I think we do need to kind of put out on the table as something that may need to be addressed, is that education is almost just as important as the actual competency, if not more, in the sense that the person coming up with the formulation or reading the C of A or actually tasking a staff member to make the compound, is sometimes that education is lacking. We get, I guess, in most pharmacy curriculums through the pharmacy school, you get exposure to compounding. But after that, a lot of the actual practice and education comes from the individual pharmacist seeking out educational opportunities. And I think that some of that, I guess, is where my concerns come in when it comes to patient safety and even like calculation type errors that can result in huge adverse events or patient safety events. And I think the competency is very, very important to make sure the person actually making the compound can do what they're supposed to do. But the actual education behind, is that compound even appropriate, or how we're making it the correct way it should be made, is another issue that I would like to, I guess, bring up.
With regards to the non-sterile compounding, do you find that the limitations and the burdens on the individual pharmacies is not directly resulted from USP 795, but from 800?
I'll start. I think there are some issues in 795 in its current version that did create some questions that have created a burden. So one particular example, they went through in this current version and they revamped the beyond use date, or what would of the compounded preparation with some of the formulations, and they reduced them down. And there never has been good clarification as to what the scientific reason for that was. So this hits a pretty substantial dosage form that impacts a lot of prescriptions. So the burden there is you went from some of these preparations having 180 days beyond use date, and it's now been cut down to 90. So now you're having to make smaller batches more frequently. It's impacting workflow tremendously. Turnaround time is gone up, labor cost goes up, and so inadvertently the cost of the medication is going to go up. You also now have more waste because you've had to change your batch sizes and predict if it's something that you were doing some anticipatory compounding with. You have more waste and more waste disposal, which creates more documentation, more cost, et cetera. So that's one example out of USP 795 that was causing a lot of heartburn. Another area was the extension of the beyond use dates. And in the past, USP has actually defined the guidelines for how you would test a drug to push the beyond use date out further than what their guidelines state. So those are all defined in USP. And in some cases, companies and things that were published They had done extensive studies. These are tens of thousands of dollars, and it is dosage form, drug, and strength specific. So if you have a 25 milligram dose, you spend this money for the 25 milligram. If you have a 100 milligram dose, you spend it again for the 100 milligram dose. So this is a lot of investment. Some of these studies had pushed beyond use dates out beyond 180 days. So they had gone through and validated their process, validated everything they did to show that it meets USP standards for the extension of that BUD. And in the new standards, USP specifically said 180 days is your max. And so that created some questioning as to why that is. So companies that had invested all that money were now limited to 180 days on some of those preparations, even though they had done testing prior, following USP's own standards. Those are no longer valid. And that's another major issue with this current version for some burden with regards specific to 795. 800 is a whole beast within itself, and there's lots of issues with that one. So, yeah. But certainly if you're in the non-sterile space, it's very easy to cross over into the hazard space just with the nature of many of the drugs that you're dealing with that are on the NIOSH list. There's a lot of things on there that'll surprise you if you've never looked at the NIOSH list as to what is hazardous. And so, yeah, that opens up a whole nother world.
All right, I am going to give our panel, we are at 11:45. I'm going to give you the opportunity for any kind of this meeting final remarks that you may want to share. If you felt like there was a comment you really wanted to make, and I want to leave that window open for you now.
I just want to clarify. First off, thank you for the opportunity. Glad to be involved with this and glad to contribute any way that I can. Going forward, so my homework that I wrote down was that if we have additional language we would like to submit, we have the opportunity to do that to help this process along. Got a specific request around education and thoughts that we have on that as far as list of different types of competencies or criteria. And the goal would be to try to get that out to you through the staff, preferably probably a week or two before our March meeting. Does that sound reasonable?
Even beyond that would be great, more than a week or two.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. The earlier the better.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, very good. Did I miss anything in my homework list?
Mr. Ziegler, I would like to just say for the education, can we also loop in like the training? Because I think, is your name Mr. Chase?
Yes.
Okay. I think you guys were talking about how like there is a difference between education versus like, hey, what are we actually, teaching and how are we doing it? Because it is site specific, so we do understand that. And if you could just put those two together, thank you.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I would also add, if you haven't already read through the standard of care ideas from Idaho, Iowa, Alaska, those type of, so that we can better understand, since that was the draft that was provided, where we need to specifically talk about standard of care being good, not good, in regards to kind of moving this thing forward, because, across multiple professions, standard of care is something that is the standard. So I would like to get more feedback from y'all on moving forward with that model specifically.
Not to add to your workload, but since Schuler mentioned states, several of you mentioned Texas and liking Texas. We certainly don't need a full regulatory analysis, but if you could pick out maybe your top 3 or 4 likes in that structure, then we might be able to help identify ways that we could move in that direction if that became a feasible option.
Ms. Black, I believe Texas is finalizing theirs this week. I don't think they have finalized those as of yet.
Dr. Collier.
I think that would go for any state. So if you have like sample language from other jurisdictions that you would like us to look at, I am more than happy. I've looked, I think, about 10 to 12 states at this point, but if you have any particularized language that you think that we should share that.
So maybe to include looking at the language that was removed from South Carolina's previous language that was removed from the statute, potentially just to move it to regs, looking at the old language and seeing how we can potentially use that and add how you would advise adding, beefing up the language.
I'm sorry, this is not a paying gig. That's a lot of work. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Okay, with that, I am going to move to our next agenda items today. Thank you again to our compounding experts. It is much appreciated.
To the panel, I will do my best to send out like a one-stop shop for each of these items that they've tasked you with. It will likely be next week, though, because there may be more as they continue this discussion.
Okay. Next, I will take new business 12B, request approval of pharmacy technician training program, Ascension C. Silva. If you are here, if you'll come up front. Thank you. So I'm going to defer to Dr. Shealy to introduce this topic and do any housekeeping. Okay, we'll swear you in. So if you'll state your full name to our court reporter.
Ascension Silva. Okay.
All right, Dr. Shealy?
So Ms. Silva has submitted a request or application for state certification. The requirements for that include being registered and working as a registered technician under pharmacist supervision for at least 1,000 hours, completing a training program that is board approved. Current board approved training programs are those that are ASHP accredited or PTCB recognized. In addition to those requirements, having national certification with PTCB. So Ms. Silva completed a pharmacy technician training program in 1993, does have a certificate for that, but at that time and currently that program is not either PTCB recognized or ASHP accredited. So she is here today to request consideration of her training program. So what you should have access to is her PTCB certification, which currently expires December 31st, 2026. You should also have her transcript that she has provided from the training program that she was able to get from the 90s, as well as a description of the courses from that time period. So because of that, and because you may approve per statute, you also have Section 404382, which includes the items that the board may approve for training programs if it leads to a certificate, diploma, or higher degree, if it includes the minimum pieces there. So that's for you to review and determine. And so Ms. Silva is here today to make that request.
Okay. I'm going to open this up to Ms. Silva. If you would like to give us an opening statement or just share any information, you're welcome to do that at this time.
Yes, I moved from California 2 years ago. Right in California in 2014.
You move that closer to you,
Sure.
uncomfortably close. Thank you.
There. And so I moved here 2 years ago, and I've been working at Elgin Pharmacy as a pharmacy technician. And so last year I applied to be certified here in the state of California. But when I started my journey, it was way back in 92, 93, when it wasn't required to be accredited. But I worked there for 23 years as an inpatient pharmacy technician, and I've been here for 2 years working as a pharmacy, retail pharmacy.
Thank you. Board members?
I just want to confirm, you are PTCB, so nationally certified,
Correct.
recognized nationally?
Yes.
Okay.
Is Imperial Valley Pharmacy Technician Program still in existence?
Yes.
But they are not currently ASHP accredited or PTCB recognized? Or they are? I understand they were not at the time, but are they now?
I will confirm that they are not. My understanding from staff is they were not searched, but I will confirm that quickly.
Okay.
I would add that not every state would require the same. So California in particular has many, well, I wasn't going to say designations, but like avenues for getting licensure that doesn't necessarily require accredited bodies for education. I am not specifically speaking to this one though, because I haven't researched that.
Are there any staff or board members that may remember when we did kind of shift to this model, did we do any grandfathering in at the time?
We did. And since I've served on this board, I have struggled with, and I think the language and the intention of the authors of our statute were in good faith, but I don't think took into account to technicians that moved into our state of South Carolina. And I think we have made strides as a board to recognize that we have the authority to approve certain programs. And so I would like to make a motion that we approve her request to be a South Carolina state certified technician with the information provided.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Congratulations, Ms.
Thank
Silva.
you.
Thank you for coming to our state and working. It's appreciated. All right. Next up, I will take up 12C, request inspection waiver from Biologics, Inc., Melissa Kurtz, PharmD. Okay, we will do the same if you will tell our court reporter your names and then also swear in.
My name is Cody Weatherford. Weatherford, Weatherford.
Melissa Kurtz. Kurtz. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please. Okay, Dr. Shealy, could you give us some background information here?
Absolutely, will do my best. Melissa Kurtz is Director of Operations for Biologics by McKesson. Cody Weatherford, as I understand it, is PIC of the facility, which is has a current active application for a non-resident pharmacy permit in Kentucky. Their facility is in Kentucky. They have an application here with us in the state. So they currently do not meet the requirement for a 6-month operational inspection, given the nature of their setup, their practice, which is similar to the previous presentation, or at least as we saw it staff-wise, of Walgreens and business model, et cetera. So they are here today to request, the specific request made by Biologics is to request a waiver on that inspection requirement.
I'll open this up. You can give us any additional information beyond that if you have.
Absolutely. So I'll begin. Just a little background on Biologics. So Biologics by McKesson is headquartered in Cary, North Carolina. We currently with our Kentucky location being our newest location in Shepherdsville, Kentucky, which has the resident permit. Both our North Carolina and Texas location are with this newest location in Cellangine in Shepherdsville, Kentucky. So with biologics, we really have three pillars to our business. We have an oncology pillar, rare disease, and cell and gene. So what we're here today to focus on is cell and gene. Also, in terms of biologics as a whole, biologics by McKesson has 200 plus oncology and rare therapies, 120 plus drugs that are part of a limited distribution network, 55 drugs which are part of a limited distribution network of one of three or less pharmacies, most of them being one of two. And we are the exclusive partner for 26 therapies with manufacturers.
And so our location in Shepherdsville is going to be focusing on these cell and gene therapies, which obviously are new and upcoming therapies for patients, but can bring together some complex circumstances in terms of distribution, dispensing, and administration. Many of these therapies are stored at cryogenic temperatures or ultra-low temperature storage, and so there's issues with shipping, transition, stability, urgency to get them to the treatment facilities and whatnot. So we're trying to utilize this pharmacy to minimize the impact in time and cost to be able to get these therapies to the patients that need them. So we are wanting to have a non-resident permit in the state of South Carolina so that we are able to potentially service the patients of South Carolina if indeed a resident of the state does need a therapy such as this. Regarding our location in Shepherdsville, we did get our initial pharmacy permit back on July 31st from the state of Kentucky and have been working ever since then to become, the goal is to become licensed in all 50 states, DC and territories. So right now we currently have 40 pharmacy permits for our location in Shepherdsville. And so seeking that request to not have that operational inspection 6 months into this, just due to the fact that we don't have that first cell and gene therapy dispense out of Shepherdsville as of yet, but should be coming this year.
Thank you. Questions from board members? I will repeat a question that was asked earlier. Are you ever in possession of, would your workflow have you in possession of that therapy at some point?
Typically, no, because a lot of these are going to be patient-specific, and so if they're deriving the cells from that specific patient, it would be made just for that one patient only, and then delivered from the manufacturing chains to us to where we could dispense, as a patient-specific prescription, and then delivered to the treatment facility.
Okay. So you would be in, you would own that at some point?
Yes.
Physical possession. Okay, yeah. Other questions?
Just curious, were you aware of the previous presentation today, last year, and kind of, encouraging you to come to this board meeting? Because typically the board, and I'm not speaking for the board's pleasure here, we don't dabble in waivers historically. So would you be open to other pathways?
Can you elaborate on other pathways?
Were you here this morning?
No, we were requested to show up at 10 o'clock this morning,
10 o'clock.
so we did not hear what was prior to the new business on the agenda.
I got you. So previous business entities have applied for a pilot program for a 1-year stay, and that kind of gets around that 6-month operational inspection that says, hey, we're interested, we see the value, we want to support you in any way, shape, or form, legal, of course, binding, but the pilot program would allow us not to compromise our statute.
How long would that pilot go for before having to reappear? Or what would be next steps after that if hypothetically that was the route?
Do you have any ideas?
Ultimately, the goal is to get, dispenses starting in 2026. So like I would like to think that, by December of this year that we would have made progress in terms of having dispenses. Obviously at this point we are still working on getting licensed in all of the states, and then of course with payer contracts and whatnot. So, because anything run through the pharmacy, if we're doing buy and bill or if we're billing specialty pharmacy benefits, that can determine how that works. But ultimately, I didn't know that if it was possible to just get not being able to have that inspection, 6 months into it, just because we haven't had that first, like the clock hasn't started on our first cell and gene dispense because we haven't had it yet. And so then if we're talking waiting, 6 months after that point before we can get a permit here, I'm just afraid that if this therapy is available and we happen to have somebody in this state, I don't want to be in a situation to where we are not able to service that patient.
Dr. Shealy, can we pull up and maybe read some of the stipulation points of a previous pilot program in terms of if they start dispensing, they have to let us know immediately within 24 hours. It was 12 months last time we did it in terms of, because we understand the contractual stuff, having to get all 50 states in order to link up with PBMs and payment models and things like that.
I might be in favor of taking that up in executive.
All right. Fair enough.
And can I clarify, does that provide a non-resident permit during the 12-month period of this pilot program? And are we legal to ship to the state of South Carolina should that occur?
Yes.
Depends on what the order says, but yes, hypothetically.
Carolyn is a wonderful attorney, and so her first answer is always going to be, it depends.
So hypothetically, or depending on what the decision is, if there were a pilot approved, we have administered, if you will, or approved a pilot permit. It's good for whatever duration or time frame set by the board. And then that does not take the place of or approve your current pending application. So that could potentially still go through as our usual process would be. So they would be theoretically two distinct pieces that I would work with you to help better understand, depending on what the decision is.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to take this up in executive council to seek legal advice from our attorney.
Second.
A second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Generally, we take executive session during lunch and also at the end of the day. So we will likely not garner a decision right now. Depending on your travel and needing to get back, you can always recontact our office. Maybe by the end of the day today, you could also watch on live stream. Any motions we make will be on the live stream as well. Or contact them later this week and they can let you know our decision.
And I guess let me clarify, just before we go into executive session, let's say that, can we work towards a non-resident permit fulfilling the requirements of a 6-month operational inspection in tandem with this pilot program?
Yes.
Okay.
That's our goal.
Okay. All good? All right. Thank you so much. And thanks for coming today. Appreciate that. Dr. Shealy, is there anyone in attendance this morning that I need to not skip?
There are...
Or that has been noticed for 10 a.m. that I...
Not to my knowledge. I think we've covered all those who are noticed for 10 a.m. We do have someone for 1 p.m. that's early.
Thank you. Okay, I will go ahead and back up a little bit to 11B, reciprocity interview assignment for July 2026.
This is the only date for reciprocity that I don't currently have someone scheduled for. So if you are interested and available in serving an additional time, it is July
7th, I
7th
believe.
at 10 a.m. So you can just reach out to me separately if you would like.
As a follow-up to that request, is that date set in stone? Is there movement for that date? I think we can all recognize that that's kind of a difficult week.
So I think the dates were voted upon, so you would have to make a motion to amend the dates or change the dates, and then would have to have a 2/3 vote.
Dr. Shealy, I'm available.
I was going to say I'm also available too, Dr. Shealy, if we need it.
Thank you.
All right. I will take 11C, IRC and hearing officer appointments.
So I was to have put this on the agenda in October after the June board meeting where the board moved to appoint an additional IRC member, Tracy Collier, and an additional hearing officer, Terry Blackman. Given that those were not listed on the agenda for formal appointment, I was to have put them on the October agenda, and I frankly just let it slip. So it is here in January for that to formally appoint, if you so choose to do so, an IRC member, which, as I understood the board's desire back in June, it was not to have 3 members sit on IRC each time, but more so would allow for 3 potential members where 2 would serve each time. Clarity in that would be very helpful from staff perspective as far as scheduling and then communication out to IRC members if that is what you intend. So I would ask for clarity there as well. I think I provided the transcript. Maybe you have access to it. Maybe I need to print it.
I believe we do. Thank you.
I think we do. And I would like to make a motion that we take this up in executive session for legal advice from our counsel.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion and a second. Any discussion, including any staff to be present at that executive session?
I would like to amend my motion to include the staff, probably Dr. Shealy, if needed.
Okay. So a motion and do we have a second to that amendment?
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. We'll take that up in executive session. I'm going to take one more piece of business. 12D, approved delegate for the NABP annual meeting, May 12th through 15th, 2026.
So we send a delegate for voting purposes. It's either a board member or the executive officer / administrator. And I just, that now.
Motion. I believe some board members and staff have already indicated interest in going. That was me, Beverly, Jared, and Dr. Shealy.
I'll make a motion that you, Mary, or Chairwoman Mary Douglas, be the delegate at the NABP meeting.
We have a motion?
Would you be willing to amend yours to include an alternate?
Yes. Who do you want?
Dr. Shealy, I guess.
So amended.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. So I will serve as delegate with Casey Shealy as. Okay. I will listen for a motion.
Make a motion that we go into executive session to receive legal advice from our advice council.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. We'll now go into executive session.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. As a reminder, there were no motions made, no decisions made while in executive session.
Madam Chairwoman, in the matter of Agenda Item 11A, the review of and request of an extension of Walgreens gene therapy pilot, I make a motion that we extend the pilot for no longer than 1 year and allow them 90 days to submit an application for a non-resident permit.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? And the motion carries.
Madam Chairwoman, if you'll bear with me, this one is in regards to Agenda Item 12C. I make a motion that we deny the waiver, but conditionally approve a non-resident permit for non-resident permit under the pilot program, similar to Agenda Item 11A, with the following stipulations: that they will, upon issue of the permit, agree to that is conditional and may be revoked by the board within 24 hours, written notice via email to the permit holder. No additional notice or justification need be provided, and there will be no opportunity for a hearing or appeal of the board's decision. They are required to provide any reports or other documentation related to the permit, permitted facility, operations, or employees of the facility at the board's request within 48 hours. Any information that constitutes trade secret or confidential under other provisions of the law may be placed under seal if requested in writing. If any other permit or license held by the facility's named permit holder, or any other individuals employed by or affiliated with the facility is suspended, restricted, revoked, disciplined, relinquished, or otherwise terminated, notice must be provided in writing to the board within 24 hours of action. Similarly, if any report is made to the National Practitioner Data Bank on the previously described permits or licenses, the board must be provided notice in writing within 24 hours of the report unless such disclosure is restricted by another provision of the law. Upon award of the first contract for distribution, the board should be timely notified. Similarly, following dispensing of the first treatment, the board should be timely notified that the facility is operational. At least 6 months and not less than 8 months after the initial operation date, an operational inspection must be conducted by the Board of Pharmacy in the state in which the facility is located, or another agency approved by this board. The results of the inspection must be submitted to the board in full, no more than 7 days after an inspection summary or report is issued. The permit will expire exactly 1 year from the date of issuance unless you have appeared before the board to request an extension of the pilot program. If and when you are approved for a full non-resident permit, your pilot program permit will immediately expire, and failure to comply with these conditions will result in relinquishment.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
Second?
Joe, it was Joe.
Oh, second, Joe. No, you're fine.
That's okay. Any discussion? You want to repeat all those conditions? Just kidding. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chairwoman, I would like to make a motion in regards to Agenda Item 11C. I would like to make a motion that we request Casey Shealy to ask Dr. Heather Harris and Dr. Terry Blackman if they would be willing to serve on the IRC, and also ask Dr. Tracy Collier her willingness to serve as the hearing officer, as an additional hearing officer.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Would this be effective immediately upon?
Yes, if they're willing, that they would then become active members of those committees.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Okay. I'm going to move to Agenda Item 12, New Business G, Approval of Updated Resolution Guidelines. is that staff or Rebecca, or I might have caught you a little off guard,
It
sorry.
might be me. Were Casey?
I can speak to it. Casey Smith is not here. If you would like to move to that item,
Love to.
I would like to ask sometime, maybe we take up another item so that I can see if she can come.
Okay. I'll move to 12, new business H, board delegation for RPP participants' request for exemption from RPP's medication policy.
So periodically, there are people, licensees who are in RPP who may need to take medication as prescribed by their medical provider that does not fall within, or that it would go against the abstinence policy for RPP. Previously, those licensees would have to come before the board to ask permission for a waiver to continue taking the medications. Something to consider is, per advice, that could be a delegated act to a member or two of the board rather than the full board. Benefit of considering that is the time in which someone may have to wait for the board to meet in order for that request to be taken up, which could impede their taking the medication that is needed for whatever it is they're prescribed for, and also following RPP's policy.
Do I have a motion?
I would be curious in Dr. Gillespie's perspective on this one, in regards to if she would think that would be to the chair or.
Honestly, I thought it was all already delegated to the chair. But I make a motion that we delegate that to the chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. 12, new business I, appoint BOP representatives to the Joint Pharmacist Administered Vaccines Committee.
So we have not appointed members since I have been in this role. We have met as a vaccine committee in September, and I relied upon those previous appointees. At that time, whenever I asked the two to serve and when their availability was for a meeting, so that you know who those are, it's Schuler, Spigner, and Terry Blackman. Terry questioned whether he should still continue in that role or not, would do so for the immediate time period since we needed to meet kind of quickly related to the COVID vaccine kind of scenario, snafu, whatever, that came about. But since there was time on the agenda now, at least in my opinion, to take that back up to consider appointments. Statute says that they should meet annually. 2 representatives from the Board of Pharmacy. Doesn't necessarily have to be board members, but I think it traditionally has been in the past. But ultimately, Terry does not feel that he is the best one to serve in that capacity at this time.
Dr. Spigner, would you like to give us just, I think you've attended at least 2 meetings, right? Kind of maybe prior to the most recent meeting, kind of what goes over, and this is a committee in our statute, but we don't own it or manage it, I guess.
Right. We participate, we provide dialogue, and can make recommendations, but it ultimately is up to the BME to decide and enact those recommendations, to decide if they are above reproach and clinically relevant. It is rewarding. I think it's very timely, especially with changes or potential changes in certain political spheres, to make sure we maintain clinical guidelines and communication and dialogue with other medical professions. Not sure, is nursing on that one as well? Yeah. So it's been a pleasure. I'm happy to continue being one of the 2. I think it's very much in my wheelhouse.
Statute, the only thing that the statute mandates as far as people to serve on behalf of the board are pharmacists. So technicians would not be serve at this time, likely because this was put together before technicians are able to immunize.
Or are we looking for a volunteer to serve with Schuler at this time?
We will need 2 pharmacists from, appointed by the Board of Pharmacy to serve.
Are there any interested individuals from the board?
I
Pick me.
make a motion to nominate Larry as well as continue with Schuler to serve on that committee.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Thank y'all for that additional service. It's appreciated. I will move. Is there anything that I have skipped in 12 that I should go back to at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I will move to 13A, applicant appearances, request approval of reciprocity application. Ruben Aguilar. Oh, that makes sense. I'm sorry, I butchered your name.
Well, good afternoon, Board. Thank you for allowing me to appear before you.
Oh, I'm going to pause you for just 1 second. We just have some housekeeping things to do first. Okay. So, okay. I do have a script. This one, I'm just making sure. Okay. Sometimes that's in the script. That's what I was looking for. Okay. This hearing is called to order. This is in the matter of Ruben Aguilar. Yeah. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether Mr. Aguilar's application for licensure as a pharmacist should be granted. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I am the chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The attorney assigned to advise us during this hearing is Carolyn Sutherland, Office of Advice Counsel with LLR. A quorum of the board is present. Do any board members have reason to recuse themselves from this matter? Okay, hearing none, this hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. Dr. Shealy, had the board members received Mr. Aguilar's application?
I hope so. They were submitted as the other documents were that we found were not available this morning, so please make sure you do have those materials. Thank you.
Had not. Okay. Does staff subpoena any other persons to be here today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What questions does staff have concerning this application?
So Mr. Aguilar submitted an application for licensure via reciprocity as a pharmacist on October 6th of 2025, and on that application did disclose a voluntary surrender of his license previously, and as well as pleading guilty to 1 count of healthcare fraud stemming from a federal investigation. Those documents for administrative action are included with the application that all were provided by Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you. So Mr. Aguilar is here today. Mr. Aguilar, are you represented by counsel?
No,
Okay. And you understand that you have that right and you can waive it?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any witnesses that you intend to call on your behalf?
I don't.
Okay. So now we're ready for court reporter. Have you gotten a photo ID? Okay. Do you have a photo ID for her, please? Oh, okay. She'll get your name for the record, and then if you'll swear him in, please. Thank you.
I do.
All right. Thank you for letting me do all that housekeeping. Now we are ready to hear your statement. Sorry, I cut you off earlier.
No worries. I'm a little nervous. I'm not accustomed to doing something like this. So good afternoon. Thank you all for allowing me to appear before the board. In regards to my application, in I pled guilty to 1 count of healthcare fraud as part of an agreement with the federal authorities for my cooperation in a case brought against my first employer. The case related to overbilling of insurance claims. I started working at this pharmacy as a first-year pharmacy student in 1982 for Mr. Riccio. I continued working for Mr. Riccio while in college and upon being licensed in 1986. I was employed as a staff pharmacist until 2007 when we parted ways. I had been working for Mr. Riccio for almost 25 years. I looked to him as a father figure and mentor. I allowed my misplaced sense of loyalty to influence my bad judgment. I take full responsibility for my actions and do not seek to minimize the seriousness. Since that time, I have focused on going forward in a positive way and have taken steps to ensure that such conduct never happen again. The steps included the completion of a probation period in 2013 and my reinstatement of my license in New Jersey, which I had voluntarily surrendered for a period of 2 years. All this time, I maintained lawful employment. Moving to Pennsylvania in 2016, and after obtaining a Pennsylvania pharmacist license, I was hired by Adams Pharmacy, a place that I still work to this day. Adams Pharmacy specializes in veterinary compounding and caters to the uninsured. I believe I still have many years left to practice my profession. I was taught that pharmacists are often the most accessible corner of the healthcare triangle. I want to continue to provide trusted advice, my expertise, and the many years of experience to the communities I serve. I sincerely thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to present my case and for taking the time to review the circumstances of my application. Thank you so much.
Okay. I will now open it to board members for any questions.
Have plans to practice in South Carolina?
In about 3 to 5 years, I plan on retiring. And when I say retiring, I don't mean stop working. So yeah, I do have plans to come here in the next few years.
Is Adams Pharmacy currently licensed in South Carolina?
No, Adams Pharmacy is an independently owned business in Glenside, Pennsylvania.
Other questions? Anybody? Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any other discussion?
I just want to clarify that upon this approval, that he would still, the expectation would still be that he would attend a reciprocity meeting via WebEx.
Okay. So fulfill all remaining requirements for licensure.
Thank you. Yes. I will amend my motion to include the reciprocity and all other requirements for reciprocity.
Okay. Amended motion, a second. Beverly seconds. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being. All right, I'll move to 13B, request approval of pharmacy technician registration application. Jessica Schmeimerhorn? Schermerhorn? Schermerhorn. Oh, lovely. Okay, got it. Oh, thank you. All right, so just like the last one, I have a little housekeeping to do and to read through, and when you talk in the microphone, just talk very close. Okay, this hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Jessica Schmimmerhorn. I think I got that right. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether her application for registration as a pharmacy technician should be granted. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I am chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The attorney assigned to advise us during this hearing is Carolyn Sutherland, Office of Advice Counsel with LLR. A quorum of the board is present. Do any board members have a reason to recuse themselves from this matter? Okay, hearing none, this hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. Dr. Shealy, do we have the materials of her application?
Should.
Okay. Did the staff subpoena any other persons to be here today?
No, ma'am.
And what questions does staff have regarding this application?
Ms. Schimmerhorn submitted her application for registration on November 25th, 2025 for a pharmacy technician. On that application, she disclosed that she had pled guilty, pled nolo contendere, or was convicted of something other than a minor traffic ticket, which included July 1st, 2020 conviction for larceny, petit, or simple larceny, $2,000 or less.
Okay. And Ms. Schmimmerhorn, are you represented by counsel? And you understand you have that right and you can waive it? Okay. And do you have any witnesses that you intend to call on your behalf?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So we will give you this opportunity to just give us a statement. The floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. In 2019, I was in an agreement with a friend about a sale. I did take full responsibility when that happened. I wasn't able to go to court due to child care and transportation issues. I understand the importance of addressing legal matters promptly, and I regret not doing so at the time, but I did fulfill all legal responsibilities. This experience made me fully aware how critical integrity, accountability, and transparency are, especially in this profession and while dealing with patient trust. I have since reflected deeply on my actions and understand that even a single lapse can have serious consequences. Since that incident, I've been intentional about living and working with integrity. I have taken responsibility for my actions and have committed to upholding the ethical standards of the profession. I understand why the board takes this seriously, and I do as well. I appreciate this opportunity to speak and demonstrate that I am worthy of this profession.
Thank you. Okay, board members, any questions? Well, I'll start. So I have one. So sometimes these applications come to us, and ones that cause us to pause and want to talk to the applicant, especially for me, would be anything with drugs or substance abuse or substance use, and then also like larceny and shoplifting charges. And the reason for that one in particular is because in the pharmacy setting where the medications are, they have very high value. And so what assurances could you give me? I appreciated in your statement you talked about the integrity of the position, of the profession and kind of the such, but maybe give me some assurances of knowing how you would act around these medications and how you could preserve your integrity with that temptation really kind of sitting there.
Besides the fact that it's been 7 or 8, I want to say, I have 2 children that I'm trying to get back on my feet for, and I'm a single mom. My oldest has absence seizures, so I'm really trying to get back on my feet for her and her sister. We're living with my in-laws, so I really don't have any time. So we're trying to get back on our feet. So I really don't have anything besides trying to get right for them. We really want to move our life forward.
Do you already have a job lined up?
There's a lot of pharmacies around where I live right now in Red Bank, but I know that I legally can't apply for any of them until I get my license.
Okay. So your intent would be to work in like a retail position maybe, or, okay.
Where do you currently work?
I'm a stay-at-home mom right now. I was trying to get my daughter back on track. She's a little behind right now.
Other questions from board members?
What made you choose pharmacy?
My kid's godmother is in pharmacy, and she's really happy with her job. Also, my daughter, my oldest daughter that I was talking about, she's had some really big struggles with the medicine that she's been given by her neurologist, and that's something that's always interested me, was interactions that she's had. And the pharmacists that I've grown close with, we've always talked about how that patient interaction has been, and I've wanted to get into that field for a while now.
Madam Chairwoman, I make a motion that we approve her application.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Congratulations.
So
Thank
much.
you. Our staff will follow up, or does she need to follow up with y'all? It'll just go through the process? Okay, thank you. Sorry for the conversation. All we're doing is trying to figure out the next item to take up based on who's here and who's ready. All right, so we're going to go to 12 new business F. Request clarification on the 2015 CE audit consent agreement.
So Madam Chair, Carla Coulter, I believe I've said her name correctly, hopefully I did, is not present. However, we can speak to the reason why she is coming. She has been on a couple of agendas now, kind of moving along, wasn't able to come last time, day of, but the reason itself is one that we have seen come up several times actually in the last couple of weeks. So if we could discuss it at least to give guidance to staff on what we could do without having it come before the board every time, if that is possible, then. So in 2015, technicians who failed the CE audit entered into a consent agreement where the pieces of that consent agreement included completing the CE that they needed, so 10 hours, at least 10 hours, but also completing a quality assurance and law refresher course that was offered by the Pharmacy Association, the South Carolina Pharmacy Association. Again, that's back in 2015. That is no longer available, and my understanding is that consent agreements that would have been offered for those who failed the CE audit in the early 2020s, that quality and law refresher course was replaced with the reciprocity interview. At least that's based on documentation that I can find within our records. So we have had a number of technicians actually ask how to follow the consent agreement parameters from 2015 because that course is no longer available. That's really why this person was coming before the board to ask how they could meet the requirements of the consent agreement in order for us to pursue then getting her back into active status through reinstatement.
And so for clarification, in 2015, that consent order was created. She, I guess, did not complete, but also did not stay in the profession, and now is looking to re-enter the profession, but to complete this consent agreement from 11 years ago has kind of run into a hurdle, and she's not the only one. There's a couple others as well.
Correct.
Okay.
That the consent agreement actually reads that they would take that course within 6 months of the effective date of the consent agreement.
Correct.
And failure to do so would result in an immediate temporary suspension. So is her registration in temporary suspension?
It is not active. So part of why this came up is she's trying to become active, trying to right the wrongs, if you will.
Yeah, and I guess for this board, like in my head, that's different than somebody that's left the met every qualification, left the profession for 10 years, and then is trying to get their license again or registration again. She's failed to meet the consent agreement, which was agreed upon between her and this board. So there needs to be some, even if we say, okay, you couldn't complete this course, here's another course, there's still some kind of repercussion for having not held up her end of the deal with this consent agreement before she can come back into the profession, in my opinion. So it's two different things. I think we probably need to discuss this separate than like replacing this course with the reciprocity interview, I think.
So she's unable to apply at this point because she cannot meet the conditions. That doesn't preclude the board from considering her application hearing and considering approving of her application hearing at a future date. This just is.
Well, she can't meet this consent agreement because she only had 6 months to do this course anyway.
Correct.
So this consent agreement, she already did not meet.
Right, but because she and other, whatever the parameters were, because this course is no longer available, she is, in other words, barred from trying to come back before the board for relicensure, which.
But in my opinion, this consent agreement's null and void regardless of what it says in it, because she had to do this course no matter whether it's available or not within 6 months. Even if this course was still available today, it's still not up. She failed to meet her consent agreement. Right? I mean, in my opinion, regardless of whether that course is available, I think it's two separate issues is what I'm saying.
So you're saying that we need to move it to, well, she's not active. So is there a way to move it to a suspended status, inactive? So I guess not in good standing, and then have, to Carolyn's point, an application process to reconsider and.
And based on this consent agreement that it says explicitly, failure to comply with this requirement within the prescribed time shall automatically result in the immediate temporary suspension of respondent's practice pharmacy technician.
If I may, typically, at least as far as I understand, which could be very limited, if someone is administratively suspended, the way to get back into compliance is to do whatever it was that was, like, meet the requirements for whatever led them to be suspended in the first place. So that's kind of what I guess we are trying to get her into compliance, so then she can go through the reinstatement process in order to get her license up to date. But if someone's administratively suspended, typically, at least, I think it would either, depending on the reason for that, the pharmacist CE audit that we just kind of went through, if we admin suspended someone, the way to come back into compliance would be to do what they were missing. That doesn't dissolve discipline that could happen for that. So I think maybe that's where you're coming from, Rebecca, is the two different pathways. And what I'm just looking for, because again, this individual's not here, probably you have a lot of questions for this individual as to why it's taken 10 years to come back now. But we have had a number of questions to get back into compliance, and then what? I mean, we can handle the then what later, but trying to get individuals back into compliance based on where they fell off. I mean, I do believe that the reciprocity interview, or whatever we call it now, the presentation or CE is a very informative and relevant presentation, and I personally think would replace probably what this program was intended to accomplish in this consent agreement. Do we need that in the form of a motion?
I think what we could do is hold her specific matter in abeyance, continue it to another date, and then have a general statement approving moving forward that reciprocity in lieu of the law class.
All right, as long as you don't have any outstanding actions against you. I agree with Rebecca. She fell out of compliance 6 months and 1 day after time frame went by. So technically, she was out of compliance then. She's coming back to us 10 years later and saying it's no longer available, but it was available when she had that option. So I'm comfortable moving ahead and setting out a process for people who have who missed an opportunity. Let me say, they have met all the rules, yet for some reason they can't move forward. I'm fine with coming up with a general action in that case. Always have to consider these. In this particular, but I'm not comfortable with that.
So again, this is not the application hearing.
Right,
This just
right.
gives them the ability to move forward with an application. So whether or not you approve the application, that's another issue separate and apart.
Process to help people move forward without having.
I think my suggestion was to hold her matter in abeyance. So like just hold on it, continue it for her specific matter. But as a generalization, we have an answer that would be able to move individuals forward with the licensing process, and that still doesn't remedy whether or not they have to come before the board for an application hearing.
So could we solve this by saying, for all consent agreements that still state the South Carolina Pharmacy Association course on quality assurance and law refresher, as that course no longer exists, we will accept blank?
You could do that, or you could say, you could delegate the decision of whatever is appropriate to a member of the board, or you could just have a blanket.
Does that need to be in a motion or just tell? Okay, so I make a motion that in lieu of the quality assurance and law refresher previously offered by the South Carolina Pharmacy Association, that we replace that with the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy reciprocity presentation.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
Thank you. Whenever whenever individuals get into compliance with that, then we will move to the application phase, and that would be the other matter that you could
Like
address
individuals.
at that time. Yes.
For the board, or they will be handled at staff? Okay.
Yeah, depending on current process. It's something they can't approve at staff level, it comes to us.
This is likely one that would come before the board.
I just want to be clear that we aren't setting an example that if you're given a consent agreement and you agree that you're going to do your portion and you don't, you can walk away from it for a given period of time and then it's erased.
I guess that's what I wanted to confirm as well, is that if we give them the opportunity to replace it with that course, which would then make them, or give them the ability to become compliant with this consent agreement, if that occurs and then she fills out an application, would we never see that applicant?
So if you have prior discipline, which this would be, then it's likely to come before the board because I don't necessarily be approved at staff level, but the board certainly has the discretion to give board staff direction that if you want to add clarity. But I would advise that if you have that prior discipline, particularly if you haven't been reinstated since that discipline, that matter is still ripe and should be presented to the board for consideration.
Were there any other and this might not even be a question that can be answered, but were there any other instances where this course was recommended in a consent agreement that's still open because it wasn't completed, other than ones that had a 6-month timeline on them? Or like, are all these like the same situation?
I believe what you're asking is how many are this versus some other reason to not have completed?
Yes.
I don't know how many have not been completed in 2015, but I do know that this individual, as well as at least 2 or 3 others, have had a consent agreement in 2015 specifically, it seems to be the year, and then who are now seeking to get into active status for that. And at least one of those individuals was lacking the number of hours of CE, and at that time, live CE was a requirement, so the consent agreement says live, a portion of your hours be live. So the guidance that we've given to get into compliance is to complete the CE as required in that consent agreement, which also includes live, even though that's not the current requirement now, but live CE is still available. The question is, do we know when the course was terminated for the sake of getting it on record? I do not know, but I have found evidence to support that it was at least prior to 2023, because 2023 consent agreements included the reciprocity process. So it was at least sometime before then. The board could, I'll just offer up, the board could determine that if anyone is getting into compliance for a consent agreement to get back into active status, that we bring all of those applications or registration applications to you for application hearing. That's what I hear you wanting. So I can certainly offering that as a suggestion.
I think maybe we can discuss that in executive session. I don't want to have unintended consequences, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page as to how we're handling those, if that's appropriate. Yes, I make a motion that we take that up in executive session with Casey Sheely participating.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Okay. I'm going to go to 12, new business G, approval of updated resolution guidelines.
So Casey Smith isn't able to attend today. She says that she does not have to be present for the conversation unless you specifically want her to be. And if you do, she asks that you take this up tomorrow. But if she does not have to be here, then
Cassie and I can do our best to, and Dottie, you were there as well. I was actively going down with the flu, so you'll have to excuse me. I didn't even have my notes. I don't even know where they ended up. I ended up in bed the rest of the day. But we did go through the resolution guidelines that were last approved in 2024. And we'll just take this section by section. So drug diversion, and these are in the book, and I think the yellow highlighted are the changes that we made. So as it relates to drug diversion, do we want to read all these on the record? Or that our resolution guidelines have ever been on the record? So we made some changes that are in your board book related to drug diversion, medication errors, continuing education, DUIs, and lapsed permits. And I will at this time make a motion that we discuss this with legal advice, or for legal advice in executive session. And please amend that to include Casey Shealy and Casey Smith, if available.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Should we do that right now? Or should we? Yes.
Before going into executive session for that, just some additional things for consideration is inclusion of interns for particular items. So I don't know if we necessarily have addressed that. In the past, that's something that kind of came up as we were typing up the updated ones. They are a licensee. That wouldn't necessarily be captured.
You mean in the resolution guidelines?
For items, if applicable.
Maybe we discuss that, add that to our discussion in executive session. My question also about that was, does Jennifer Harris need to be included in that?
Of the updating.
Yeah, can I go back and amend that motion to include Casey Smith and Jennifer Harris, as she was part of that committee meeting?
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. So we have one agenda item, 11 old business D, that has plans for 3 o'clock.
Yes, I can see if she's available sooner, but she was planning to join us at 3 for approximately an hour if needed.
Okay, so if the board chose, we could go into executive session until 3, promptly at 3, be able to take that call, and then go back to executive session if needed.
I think it would help logistically if it came out a little sooner than 3 so that we can make sure that our fantastic technology staff were not rushing to get it up.
Fair enough.
Are we taking care of agenda item 12E, or is that no longer on the?
We are not going to take that up today and may take it up tomorrow. 12E.
Can I make
Whatever
a
you want right
motion
now.
to go into executive session to receive legal advice?
Second.
Okay. We're going to go into executive session as a planning and logistics. We will be out by 2:50. Is that appropriate? IT? Okay. Okay. Executive session with invited attendees. I'm going to take up 11, old business. D, multi-state pharmacy jurisprudence examination, NABP presentation on the uniform MPJE and early offering of the MPJE. They will be presenting this virtually. I see NABP on the phone, and I will wait and see if we can hear Yasmina or Neil, whoever.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Neil Watson with NABP. Sorry, my camera doesn't seem to be working on WebEx. I apologize, but Yasmina is just hopping on now. She should be on in 1 second. I
Sounds
apologize
great.
for the wait.
No, you're good. It's nice to hear from you. Thank you, Neil. Anybody want to hear a joke? What did the horse say when he fell down? Help. Oh, that's good. Help, I can't giddy up.
That's a female equivalent of a dad joke.
Yeah. It's a chair joke. Seven, eight, nine, nine. 789. Parents made it not cool, so we're good.
My
The
3-year-old.
middle schoolers have stopped.
I haven't seen it in a long time. We won.
Yes.
Yeah, she's just having some technical problems. I apologize to the board. She just texted me, so she's trying to reboot
Okay.
right now.
I understand. I have noticed that between Teams and Zoom and WebEx, they don't like you to switch back and forth. There always seems to be a audio-visual issue. Oh, and Verizon is down. So later, I will have 150 emails waiting for me.
Yeah, it
They're
happens
still
to
coming through
AT&T all the
somewhere.
time.
Yeah, I literally thought that earlier. Not missing too much today. That's good. Oh, sure. I'd love to tell you.
EDMP, you can do all 50. You have to go down there and click it. I've been surprised added historical, like your new physician's office.
Sorry for our live stream watchers. I don't know if the technology issue is all on our side this time.
And it looks like Yasmin is just about set going through review, so she'll be on here shortly. I apologize again.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. My laptop chose the most inopportune time to restart.
No worries. I am glad to see you, and thank you for being here today. So this is Yasmina from NABP. You can hear us okay, and we can definitely see you okay. We also have your handouts here in our board book, but you are also welcome to share your screen and move through those. So I'm just going to turn it right over to you.
Okay, wonderful. I'll go ahead and get started. I've already made you all wait long enough. So really the purpose for my joining this meeting today, and thank you for the time, is to provide an overview and an update of where we are at with the development of the uniform version of the MPJE, and then also provide some information around the early MPJE. I'll avoid sharing, I don't want to jinx anything with the connection right now, to be honest. So if you all have the handout, that should work just fine. And I won't go through all of the details You can reference the handout at a later point, and also happy to answer any questions that you have about either topic I'm presenting on today. So I'm sure you've all heard it's been a process that started a couple years ago during one of our annual meetings. It was a resolution that was approved, and then we immediately started working through the process to develop the uniform version. And to stand up a brand new high stakes exam, it does take time. And really, if you look at the third slide, you can see kind of what we've accomplished since the beginning part of 2024. And that's really why it's taken so long to get where we are today. Really a lot of development work with our exam services team, and also a lot of meetings with our subject matter experts. So in order to develop this exam, we had to assemble basically a brand new review committee, collect and recruit and schedule item development workshops. So all of that was basically newly established to support the development of this exam. And then obviously the content and the review process and the exam blueprint or the content outline, all of that had to go through and be sequenced through our NABP governance process. So we find ourselves here in January. One great update that is very timely is that our practice exam is being launched tomorrow. And this is the first time, at least since I've been at NABP, that we've launched a practice exam before the high stakes licensure exam. And so that's really cool, because what we wanted to do was give students the opportunity to be exposed to the format of the questions prior to the launch of the official exam later in just a few months, actually, for some states, and then for the rest in June, because it is a version of the MPJE. So the exam format and structure will look and feel very much like the MP. Obviously want to give the students within the schools in these states enough time to adequately prepare. So as I said, we already have some states that are queued up as our early adopter states, and those will be providing the exam in their states come April 1st. I just want to pull up the list of states here. And then the remaining states will have candidates start to take their exam June 1st. So that's kind of the latest update with that. And the reason for the April 1st launch is because this being a new exam, we need to have our staff psychometricians conduct a standard setting exercise and basically set a passing standard. And so we'll have schools in those 5 early adopter states take the exam in early April, basically the first 2 weeks of April, so we can take those results, set a passing standard, and still meet our 14-day policy to distribute those results to those candidates. So a bit of a unique process because technically the students in these schools have not yet officially conferred, but obviously working with Neil and our government affairs team and closely with the boards of pharmacy in those jurisdictions, obviously well aware of what that means and why we need to do it this time for the initial launch. And then moving forward in most states, unless they choose an early administration option, which we'll talk about in a few slides, this exam will follow basically the same eligibility process as it would possibly, depending on the state, which candidate qualifies to take the law exam. So either prior to graduation, which is a new option for states, or after they've officially conferred. So the states that I have for, and this is what will be posted on our website. So really the best spot to go is our website. We are making frequent updates as states join and as we build out support material on our website. So the first 5 states that we're working with for the April 1st launch are Iowa, North Carolina, Rhode Island, Ohio, and Kansas. And each of those states has chosen a different call it transition period. So some are doing an immediate transition. So March 31st will be the last date that their state-specific MPJE is offered, and then starting April 1st, they will only offer the UMPJE. And other states will have maybe a shorter or a longer term transition. So candidates from schools in those states can basically choose which exam, or other candidates, I should say, that are seeking licensure within those states. And then our general adopters, and as you see on that timeline, it is the June 1st launch for any additional states. So to date, we have Illinois, Florida, Maryland, and Virginia. And our government affairs team is also working very closely with other jurisdictions to navigate what options best suit the needs of their boards. So whether they want to stick with status quo, which I will point out, we will continue to maintain the state-specific MPJE in the current jurisdictions that choose to continue to offer that exam. So just like we have been up until this moment, we will continue to have item development workshops and review committee meetings, and we will continue to maintain those state-specific law exams. So as I mentioned, and on slide 4, we do have, like I said, we've built out, actually even since I've created this slide, we've built out a lot more content on our website. March 1st will be when the updated candidate bulletin will be available, and that's really our go-to resource for all candidates that apply to take our exams. So really that should be their first stop to obtain information they need to understand the process for applying to take this new exam. And then we've also posted, actually a year prior to the official launch, we posted the content outline. And what's nice about our transition to content outlines, as opposed to a competency statement, is that it not only provides an outline and a distribution, so how weighted each section is or domain on the exam, it also includes a description and some sample questions. So that's currently live on our website if anybody's curious to go see some additional information and really to see how the structure, we use the MPJE competency statements as a kind of a foundation through the process of building the content outline for the uniform version and then subsequently developing the exam questions for this exam. So moving on to the next slide, I know that I already mentioned really what was the driving force for us to start development. When we also think about the larger landscape or the ecosystem of where graduates are seeking employment, it is beneficial to have a uniform version of a law exam. It's beneficial to the candidates because they have the then ability to move their license where they are deciding to practice. And obviously with the expansion of telepharmacy and other new areas where a licensed pharmacist can practice, this really helps kind of open up those opportunities where they only have to take basically the NAPLEX and then one law exam. The intent is not to have them ever take both the MPJE and the UMPJE. It really depends on where they're seeking licensure, which law exam they would be required to pass. So that flexibility is key for the candidates. And the best way I can kind of share an analogy is that the development and the maintenance of it from an NABP perspective, it's very similar to how we develop and maintain the NAPLEX. The NAPLEX being a national exam, it does have that consistency in terms of content. So regardless of where an applicant seeking primary jurisdiction for licensure, it basically kind of functions like that for the uniform version. So the content is uniform across any either current or future jurisdiction that recognizes the exam. And there are some states that will pursue and work with NABP. It's really up to the board to develop what we are calling a plus module. So with the UMPJE being consistent across all jurisdictions, some jurisdictions, for example, North Carolina, is asking for us to work with them to develop a plus module, which will be a requirement for licensure. And it will be essentially kind of like a CE, where the applicant will have to also pass that to check off the requirements for licensure. So they'll have to pass the UMPJE and then the PLUS module. It's really up to the boards whether they want to offer or require, I should say, a PLUS module and what that looks like. It could be something as straightforward as an attestation that the applicant is attesting that they are knowledgeable and will be held to the rules and the laws in the jurisdiction they're applying to, or it can be as involved as a webinar that's recorded and has some type of assessment questions embedded within that content. So it's really up to the board, and boards can develop this on their own. Again, NABP Professional Affairs team, we work very closely with them to help support the boards if they are reaching out to us for that assistance. And I think I already went through the states. This slide may already be outdated since that. Really, the next steps, and I know that Neil Watson is also on the call. If there are really any support from whatever modification or rule changes may need to happen in a jurisdiction, I'm not saying that that necessarily is the case for South Carolina necessarily, but it really depends on how the law exam is spelled out and whether or not that is a simple update to add uniform. Really, that was the reasoning behind the naming to help streamline that process. But for sure, contact Neil Watson if there's any assistance or recommended language that he can support. And our team has also, as we're working with the 5 states that are getting ready to launch, I feel like April 1st is a blink of an eye away. In those preparation meetings that we've had with the executive director and staff at those boards, we've been able to share an onboarding checklist or like an implementation guide, as well as a executive summary. So it really kind of summarizes the key dates. So the launch date, and then the transition, and then the eventual discontinuation date of the MPJE. It spells out information about license transfer or reciprocity candidates. And it also describes the PLUS module, like I had mentioned, all those details. And then also, how we will support candidates through this transition, as well as some recommended language for the board to utilize to make any necessary updates on the board's website or on any other materials that a license applicant may be referencing through this application process. So I will pause there and take any questions about the uniform MPJE that you all may have.
Thank you. This is sort of like a case question that I don't think I considered till you brought up the example. So for a state that has a hard stop to the MPJE, say March 31st, and a hard start to the uniform, let's say a candidate was scheduled to take it March 26th, and then for whatever reason, reschedules post April 1st, does that then, if they're rescheduling a previously scheduled MPJE, does it give them an MPJE even though it's after April 1st? And that's real in the weeds, and I understand if you don't know the answer to that, but I'm just sort of curious what that looks like.
No, that's fantastic. Our team is actually working with our marketing and communications to already have those FAQs on the website.
Yeah, okay.
So those are great scenario questions, and that's exactly why we need to provide that level of detail to make this a seamless transition for the candidates, especially thinking about candidates in those 5 early adopter states, because they're already wrapping up their final year of school. So we want to make this as straightforward as possible. So the states will recognize those that have a hard end date of March 31st. They'll recognize an MPJE up and through that final date of administration. It's really up to the candidate. If they do cancel, for example, like in the scenario you presented, and then reschedule post April 1st, they will only have the option to take the UMPJE.
Okay.
And both our application system as well as Pearson's scheduling system will ensure that that happens. So we are working very closely with Pearson on the operations piece. So depending on where the applicant's coming from, which exam will be delivered to them, depending on the date of their appointment.
Thank you.
And all refunds will also be handled in those situations, again, because we're not looking to penalize the candidates through this transition. So our team will also be handling that process as well.
Yasmina, thank you for your time. This is Schuler Spiegener. I do believe you had a promotion recently, so congratulations. Will you be able to speak to the integrity of the exam and how NABP plans to keep the UMPJE?
I think the last part of your statement got cut off for me. How we plan to keep the UMPJE
Legitimate.
Oh, legit. So we will continue to maintain it the same way that we've maintained MPJE up until this point. So we will continue to have item development workshops. The way that we recruit for our item development workshops as well as our review committee, and that's again back to the analogy of the NAPLEX, it will be a representation across the country. So that we ensure that the items are not jurisdiction specific, right? The details of the exam do not only apply to a unique jurisdiction. So we'll have kind of that universal grouping of subject matter experts. And then the same, as I said, the review process, the same approach will be taken as it does for NAPLEX, right? So on our NAPLEX exam, we don't want a question that is region specific, right? Like a disease state or a clinical condition that is only prevalent in a certain part of the country, because then that's not applicable to a national exam. We're approaching this exam in the same way. How is the practice of pharmacy regulated? What roles and responsibilities do a pharmacist and a non-pharmacist individual have? And how do we maintain content to assess the knowledge of that? And then again, it's really up to the candidate to know the details, depending on which jurisdiction they're seeking licensure in. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Other questions about the UMPJE? Okay, let's go ahead and discuss early MPJE.
Okay, beautiful. So early MPJE, again, we had a busy year in 2024. I don't know why, maybe it was just the timing of it all, but that was when we started this pilot. So this is on slide 7 in your handout. And we were approached by North Dakota and Wisconsin. And it was unique in both of those jurisdictions, really what kind of triggered this inquiry and what helped prompt us to pilot this type of offering. I don't believe that we've ever done something like this before to really enable administration of a high stakes exam prior to a PharmD candidate officially conferring from their school or from their PharmD program. So it was fun to go through this, I'll be honest. We did have a manual workaround that we had to employ because the system, as I'm sure you all are aware, within the last 5 or so years, we have a hard block in the system where the candidate cannot apply for the exam until they have an official transcript. So we had to kind of work around that block to allow students in these states other kind of contextual information that was important. There was the hypothesis that if they took the law exam, there was a lot of concern with the trend and decline in MPJE pass rates. Whether the students, hypothetically, taking it closer to their law exam would do better, right? The knowledge is more fresh in their mind and they take this exam and then they go on to their final year P4 API rotations. Otherwise, there were some concerns about Pearson VUE availability during peak testing season when everyone's competing for the same seats during our peak testing months of like May through late July. So that was kind of what triggered this. And I won't go through too much on slide 8. This is just to kind of give you a visual. Because of the success of the program operating essentially for 2 years in both of those jurisdictions, so in 2024 and 2025, we've actually been able to work with our IT team to enable some more automated enhancements to this program come this summer. So that's not exciting just for us, operationally speaking, but what that's done is it's actually enabled a lot more jurisdictions to offer this to the schools in their states. So like I said before, the process or the workflow was blocked until we had a verified education using an official transcript. And what this pilot also did for us, it really made us kind of reevaluate our policy with using official transcripts for initial education verification to like activate that exam to be able to be purchased by the candidate. So we revisited that policy and recently communicated that for this testing season, we will receive official graduation lists. So kind of like a roster from the schools. And then we will, once the official transcripts are available, we'll be able to receive those, make sure they're uploaded and available in their e-profile. But what that does is it kind of enables students to go through the application process and schedule a testing appointment without any bottleneck around the official transcript. So just a little side note, a great kind of learning from that pilot. So what this has done, and you can look at slide 9, since we've launched this over the past couple of years, we have approximately 20 additional jurisdictions that are looking to offer this option of early administration to the students within the schools in their states. So this is important, like I said, not only for us operationally, but for us to communicate out to these schools because this is such a new option. I would just hesitate from calling it an early MPJE program or an early MPJE exam. We've had some questions come up like, is this a practice exam? Does this still count toward licensure? And it's the same exact exam they would take after graduation. The only difference is that they're enabled to schedule an appointment prior to their official conferral date. So the list is sent to us by the school. And it's really, again, it's optional to the students within those schools in the participating jurisdictions. So we saw a very high adoption last year of students that were offered this option around because I think just the communication between NABP and the schools, we kind of worked out the kinks in 2024. And then in 2025, we had more students participate. It is an option. They can schedule it any time prior to graduation. So one other thing we learned in our communication is that we were calling it like the pre-APPE MPJE. And so some students thought they had to schedule it before their APPEs started. And that's not the case. Really, the main requirement is that the students have successfully completed the didactic portion of their curriculum. There are some schools that are a 3-year program. There are some that are 4. Most are 4. So we are also refraining from calling it like the P3 MPJE. There's all sorts of terminology that surfaces when you launch something new. Really, they just have to complete the didactic portion, successfully pass all their courses, including if there's a separate law course, or sometimes some schools offer it twice throughout that curriculum. As long as they've successfully passed that, we will verify their education using, again, a roster provided by the schools. And then the system will open up just the MPJE in that state, not the NAPLEX. They still have to have officially graduated for their eligibility application to be able to be open for the NAPLEX. So this opens up one attempt at the state-specific MPJE. A lot of students schedule it during their winter break, so kind of midway through that final year in school. And in terms of pass rates, on average for the 2 years that we've offered it, it's slightly higher than the average MPJE pass rates. So I think the hypothesis has somewhat been proven accurate. And it does look like, based on a recent survey that I've read in an article, that most schools offer law the third year, or I should say the year before they go on their rotations. So maybe there is something to that. We obviously, once we expand it to the additional 20 jurisdictions this summer, we will definitely see if that pass rate kind of comparison holds true with more students participating in this option. So what we've done to help spread out the appointments is that we start to accept rosters from schools from July 1st through July 31st for the cohort that will be graduating that following spring. So this July, we will start to accept rosters for students that are part of the class of 2027. And that's all I have for that. Happy to take any questions that you all may have.
Wonderful. So do you recommend calling it the early offering of MPJE in the terminology? Is that how we should refer to it? Or an early
Yes,
option?
early offering of the MPJE. We've also referred to it as the early MPJE administration.
Okay.
Whatever kind of rolls off the tongue easier.
And then after the pilot, looking at how that workflow was, maybe could you speak to NABP's confidence of, I'm kind of looking at slide 8, that last green square of that the record returns to unverified so that they can't take the they can't take the NAPLEX. I guess thinking about that would be a significant error if that event didn't occur, based on your work in the pilot, and then the ability to scale that up to potentially 20, 25, 40 states, whatever it is. Maybe speak to your confidence of that workflow and maybe even automation.
Yes. So again, a pilot is intended to gather learnings, right? So not just on the school side, and how really some of the biggest hurdles we had was how clearly the steps were communicated on the school side to the students. There's obviously a lot of confusion. The reason that that was even identified is because if the students didn't know what they were allowed to do and their education was verified, and then in the system they saw the NAPLEX was available, it's not assuming ill intent. They just applied for the NAPLEX, right? So that's one learning that's why that green box exists. In the system, what that has done for us is that based on their graduating date, so again, which cohort they belong to, now with those IT enhancements, the system itself will block them from being able to purchase the NAPLEX. As I said, when we rolled this out in 24, it was all manual. So it was really on my operations team to keep track of the list of students and what they were doing in their e-profile. Now the system will have blocks in place so that that's not a manual process for the team, which obviously opens it up to any kind of human error. With the automation tool, what that has done for jurisdictions that utilize NABP eligibility services, if the student applies at the same time for both the NAPLEX and the law exam, it would go through an automation tool and grant eligibility basically real time. And so what that was doing is that for students that had the option to apply for the NAPLEX because it wasn't blocked because their education was verified, that triggered the automation tool for students in Wisconsin, because Wisconsin's currently one of our eligibility states. So lesson learned in that situation. And so right now, again, based on the date of their graduation, the eligibility tool will be essentially disabled so that that does not happen again.
Okay, that makes sense. Other questions? I guess you did a thorough job. There are no questions on this side. Anything else we need, Dr. Shealy?
Yasmina, this is Casey Sheely. Thank you for joining us today. If the board chooses to go with either of these options, what sort of notice and timeframe and kind of implementation, just so that they can be aware more specifically? I know you touched on it a little bit, but kind of what would that look like for them? So when would they need to make a decision if they wanted to put it into play by X time, et cetera? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
It does. So right now, the guidance we've given is that if a state is looking to adopt the UMPJE, a minimum of 90-day notice would help us ensure that the application in the system, and that application is ready to launch March 1st. We would just need to know 90 days in advance. So even if it's after the June 1st, for example, launch date, we just need to know to be able to add that jurisdiction in the system. And for the early option, really it's any time prior to July 1st, the sooner the better. And what has really helped us is when that request comes from the board. Some schools have contacted us and told us that their board is in favor of this option, but really we cannot move forward until we have that official notification from the board. It could be something as simple as scheduling a meeting with Neil and I, or sending an email to me, and then we can kind of start that process and include the board as well as the schools on upcoming communications. The problem, we've had some schools that have emailed us and say, yeah, the board's supportive of this, but we have to ensure that there are no restrictions for a candidate in that jurisdiction to take the exam prior to graduation.
Gotcha. Thank you. Do you have anything else? Good. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time today. We always appreciate hearing from y'all. I will let you are excused. You are welcome to go, but some things for us to discuss and decide probably in the coming months. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all, and thank you for your patience as I was kind of fumbling with some unexpected laptop issues.
worries.
So have a great
Thanks.
rest of your afternoon.
You too.
Bye, Neil. Bye, Yasmina. Thank you.
Thank you all. Take care.
All right. So go ahead.
We need a motion to put that on agenda for March, or?
Well, we'll take this opportunity to maybe do a temperature check. So we have talked about this at a couple meetings at this point. If you have any feelings strong or weak for or against, I welcome those here in a safe place. We don't necessarily have to make a decision today, but would love to hear initial thoughts.
I'm 100% wanting to forward with the early MPJE. I'm a preceptor for a lot of different colleges and have a lot of students roll through our store, and that's always a big concern. Like, they're ready a year before, you know. So we're going over law when they're on my rotations, when we shouldn't be. They could already have taken the law exam and passed it and just be concentrating on the NAPLEX.
Helpful. Thank you.
For my students as well, and from my memory, I think that it would be a great option for early MPJE. I actually have a big appetite for the UMPJE as well, for anybody that would want to discuss that. But I would probably tend more towards a North Carolina option where they would have to have some type of module for South Carolina, whether it be an attestation or, I mean, I hate to say like a CBT just because those are, you know, pretty easy to ignore, but something like integrate our reciprocity information into a module type thing where they would have to at least attest at the very minimum.
As someone who creates CBTs for a living, I take offense to that. I'm sure everybody pays attention to them. The fact that we currently have the infrastructure for a reciprocity interview that has morphed into a CE presentation that may accomplish those as well.
Carolyn, for our ratification, 404380 4.4 says the multi-state jurisprudence pharmacy exam, will we need statutory or the proposed regulations in order to do UMPJ at any point in the future? Or is that vague enough to say the being an option? Or do you want to
I'd
answer
like
that?
some additional time to research that. I think that you're probably fine. It is the MPJE. If they are indeed separate exams, then I might change my mind. I just need more time to kind of absorb and then research.
Our South Carolina students not have the same advantage that other states have by being able to take that early. Then, as the deans expressed, the testing gets very booked up during those peak times. Because currently now, do they have to schedule I guess they schedule two different dates, one to take the law and are they at the same testing center? Who was
Even
Pearson?
as long ago as 2008, I took my law exam in Georgia because I couldn't find a spot in South Carolina.
So who is Pearson that she kept?
That's a testing center.
Okay. Is that the only one they use? They just use
It
that?
is.
Okay.
Well, yes. Yeah. And that was part of what prompted North Dakota, is because it's such a spread out state that Pearson does not have a large presence there. And so there's fewer testing centers. And, it's any kind of test. Like, there were real estate agents in there. There was whoever was taking any kind of licensing exam or whatever they were offering. Okay. I believe we have reached the end of today's planned agenda. Does anybody see anything that I have overlooked?
Forgive me for pushing. I think only a couple people answered, but if there's an appetite for their early MPJE and we need to do it by July 1st, do we need to give direction to staff to move forward? Do we need to contact the schools? What's the next steps?
I have scheduled a meeting with the deans of each school on January 26th at 10 a.m., not necessarily to talk about those points, but in anticipation that it would also be a point of discussion, but to make sure they understood the 3 time, then come forward. So I do have a meeting scheduled at this time with myself and them. Add this to my topics to discuss if you would like.
I'm happy to entertain a motion to move forward in discussions of implementing one or both.
To provide another comment on that, I would definitely be in favor of the early MPJE. I'm still a little bit hesitant. Sorry, I said I was in favor of the early MPJE, but still hesitant on the UMPJE.
Do you mind clarifying your hesitancy?
Yeah, it was kind of specifically the fact that you would lose that South Carolina specific. I would be interested to see kind of more about the modules or the plus module or whatever she was talking about, and kind of what some of the other examples were more in depth. But that would be the main hesitation. The early one seems common sense.
Another fact that I forgot was the interstate portability of pharmacists. I mean, the UMPJE would be a big that.
And maybe she said it and I just missed it. If there was a state that had a required state-specific module, I would assume that to gain reciprocity would then be required to also do that module. It would just be lesser than taking the MPJE again.
I can only speak to what would apply here for us. If we were to keep the state-specific module for the MPJE, if someone applying who took the UMPJE, they would have to take our MPJE, state-specific MPJE, to obtain licensure if that was our requirement. So you would end up taking both. The UMPJE would only apply to those states that has adopted as well.
So as early as April 2nd, someone from North Carolina who took the UMPJE there would still need to take the MPJE here.
Correct.
The North Carolina candidate who took the UMPJE were trying to, I guess, move to Ohio and say Ohio also required that state-specific module. I'm assuming that that would be a requirement of licensure in Ohio for that candidate moving.
Correct.
Okay, so then that,
Yeah.
I guess, logically would kind of apply if we did something like.
Yeah, and we kind of do with our reciprocity interview. You know, that's sort of unique to South Carolina. So anybody that's coming over here, and you can kind of see it in their faces. They're like, I'm not exactly sure why I'm here right now. Which is why the first slide is like, this is why you're here. The statute right here.
So is that direction need to come from Madam Chair in terms of your meeting for the 26th, or is it a form of motion?
I wouldn't mind a motion to direct staff into movement towards adoption. And then it sounds like a lot of that is coordination with NABP, so we could begin those steps.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to direct the staff to go ahead and move forward with the early offering of the MPJE that starts with the January 26th meeting with the schools of pharmacy.
Okay. We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. So again, kind of see us here at the end of our agenda. The way our agenda is written is any topics that were not taken up today, or even if they were taken up today, they can still be brought up tomorrow, I believe. Carolyn or Casey, do you have any comments or anything about?
Madam Chair, I would like to take a minute to address an error, oversight on my part related to submitted public comments on the proposed compounding regulations for promulgation. So I mentioned earlier today, and then we realized that you didn't have access to the ones that I had put there. I did neglect to put one submitted comment from an individual. Spencer Morris did submit comments as well as public comment on those regulations. It came in after the 5 p.m. deadline on the date, and so I'd moved them to a separate folder, and so I did not go back to add those to your board book, and I apologize for that. It was complete error, oversight on my part. You should have that comment so that you can see that and just be aware of that too. So I just want to go on record and say, oops, sorry. I did not intend to do that.
Thank you. No worries. So, fellow board members, we have a couple options right now. We can continue discussion on any topic from our agenda now on the record. We can go into recess or adjourn, whatever the right word would be, until tomorrow, and then bring up topics tomorrow as we want. We can go into executive session now to seek legal advice on topics. So I am happy to do what this board wants to do.
Did we want to continue our executive session discussion broke from for that presentation?
Certainly can, if that's a motion. Regarding resolution guidelines.
So then I make a motion to move into executive session to seek legal advice regarding the resolution guidelines to include Casey Sheely, Jennifer Harris, and then, if needed, Casey Smith as well.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. We're now in executive session.